Hi there. The setting for tonight's story is not a battlefield or a throne, but rather the shadow of both. Your location is just outside the city, and you will spend a peaceful day in the hallways of a prestigious medieval home where stillness is expected. If there is time, you will get up early, serve quietly, endure nicely, and sleep fitfully. The dresses weigh a lot. It's cold on the floors. The scent of yesterday's bread, soap, and brass polish fills the air. Feel free to like and subscribe to the video if this type of narrative aids in your sleep, but only if it truly makes you feel at ease. In the comments, please tell me the time of day and the location from where you are listening. Knowing who else is falling asleep to the same peaceful tale is rather reassuring. Thus, gently shut the door after you. Let's start with the sound of the kitchen bell. So take your place at the big hall's edge. Even the cook complains her way into the smoky blackness of the kitchen half before the bell rings, before the gentry stir in their feather beds, before the chapel candle is lit, as is the case with most days. There is silence for a moment. The slaves own that moment, or rather, it hovers over them like an unreleased breath before the long day starts. If we may use the term liberally, the servants' quarters are not in a proper manner. Oh no, only the family and possibly a preferred lady's maid or the steward, if he has avoided any recent financial missteps, are eligible for that privilege. The others transit their nights through the stone undercrosses, drafty sheds, or claustrophobic annexes. Occasionally above the stables, but only when they've demonstrated that they can tolerate the stench. There is no privacy in these rooms. After all, privacy is a luxury that only important individuals can afford. There could be a dozen persons crammed into one room with a low ceiling, resting shoulder to shoulder on mattresses filled with Russian goods. Coughs, snores, fleas, and blankets are all shared. Every item contributes to the household economy in some way. Sweat and smoke had made the air in the quarters heavy, musty, and nasty. A smell that sticks to the hair on your arms and the wool of your tunic. But you grow used to it. Like the stiffness in your back or the ever-present knowledge of your place in the world, it eventually becomes a part of you. The servants are not awakened by a crow. Not quite yet. Rather, it is the gentle tap of leather soles, the scrape of a bucket against a wall, the delicate clatter of footsteps on cold stone, and the steady ascent of a body from the comfort of slumber to the cold of duty. The youngest boy in one corner, who may be 12 years old or younger if his family needed money sooner, wipes his eyes. It scarcely matters what his name is. Unless another boy shows up, in which case he will be the new boy and the older boy. He will be referred to as boy for the next 10 years. It's a sophisticated system, albeit not very creative. He has a number of jobs to complete. The halves first. Overnight, the fires had long since gone out. He had to relight them before the aristocrats get up. Coaxing embers back to life without taking in too much air is the secret. The fine ashes are a lung-punishing substance. He carefully stokes them, muttering obscenities when someone spits at him, but he's silent, always quiet. The other servants get up and get dressed. There is no leisurely grooming or breakfast. There is no time for introspection in the morning. Now is the moment for haste. Linen shifts are pulled over tunics. The boots have tight straps. Hair is pushed under coifs or fastened back. The clothing is made of coarse, thick wool that is so prickly it may pass for bark. However, they are warm, and before morning, warmth is a rare and valuable commodity. Depending on the season, the family's goals, and if a wedding or a hunting party is approaching, the crew may range from 20 to 50 in a manner of affluence, let's say one of middling nobility. Every servant is aware of their position within the hierarchy. The steward is not addressed by the scullion girl. Unless asked to, the stable boy avoids addressing the lady's maid. Everyone has a position, and if you forget it, someone who remembers will take your place. The housekeeper or steward may be at the top of the servant hierarchy. They may even have a key to their own tiny rooms. Among their responsibilities are management, bookkeeping, inventory, and liaising with visiting officials and suppliers. Even so, they get up early. A servant raises suspicions when they lie in bed after sunrise. Perhaps Marjorie, one of the girls, slips by the others in silence. The lady of the house sleeps in the solar, which is where she has been allotted. Despite not having requested the part, she was picked because of her steady hands and gentle footsteps. She is aware that she should avoid talking before being addressed, knocking too loudly, and staring at her mistress until specifically asked to do so. Before the noblewoman awakens, she will lay out the clothes according to the activities of the day. If it's moist, use wool. If guests are anticipated, use good linen. The chest is locked with jewelry. She keeps her hands off it. She had rough, calloused fingertips. The women aren't. The kitchen starts to stir elsewhere. You need to make bread. It's time to start the porridge. By the time the second servant shows there, the cook is already cursing. Even though the kitchen fire is never really permitted to go out, it still needs to be maintained. Ambition and smoke permeate the air here. You shouldn't mess with the cook. He has outlasted 2 lords, served 3, and occasionally threw knives for emphasis, but never out of rage. The sky is still dark outside. The sun has not yet risen, but a silver edge is starting to appear on the eastern horizon. Now silent, a bell dangles in the chapel tower. It will awaken the entire household when it rings. Serfs to move, nobility to pray. Sections of the day are marked by the bell: evening vigil, midday meal, and morning prayers. The hours are maintained for compliance rather than convenience. However, for the time being, time is measured in acts. What number of pots have been drained? How many half were lit? How many silent steps were taken? Yes, the mana is made of stone and wood, but it also has heat, motion, and breath. Its blood is its slaves, who move continuously and unseen while supporting it. The floor rushes in one hallway have been changed. They are sprinkled with fresh herbs, lavender, margam, or perhaps mint. Not out of charity, but to cover up the odor of the past few days. Young girls or older ladies whose backs are not yet completely bowed are frequently assigned to this position. They pace swiftly, their hands full with stem and straw, their eyes downcast. Finally, the sound of the bell rings, deep and mournful. Not a suggestion, but a call. The smell of the home fills the air. The family will kneel in the chapel, voices resonating off vaulted stone, nobles in embroidered cloaks. If allowed at all, the servants will stand at the rear. Some people close their eyes and count the minutes, while others pray. After that, the actual day starts. Just footsteps, directions, and the silent acceptance of repetition, no fanfare, no chorus. Though not exactly the same, the morning routine is consistent in its requirements. For some servants, the beat is everything. Those who find solace in responsibility and meaning in consistency. Others bear it, hoping for money, a way out, or the glimmer of progress. A promoted maid and a trusted valet are uncommon but not unheard of. The others are just there. They get up, work, and go to bed. Like water through open fingers, the day's artigies go by. A child cleans his hands of soot after finishing the half. He is too old for awe and too young for resentment. He proceeds to the following room. Marjorie gently smooths out the wrinkles on her mistress's nightgown. As anticipated, she makes a note to have the chamber pot changed after checking it half full. She doesn't gag. Within the first month, that reaction goes away. As he moves along the hall, the steward counts bolts of cloth, observes creaking beams, and stops to examine a loose hinge with a hint of disdain. More than anything else, he is a man of hinges. The cook yells for the flour sack to be brought in after reprimanding 2 subordinates and getting his thumb scorched on the griddle. It weighs less than it ought to. For now, he remains silent. However, someone will be spoken to someplace. The noble family is still sleeping, Their mattresses are toasty, their floors are swept, their slippers are set perfectly next to the fire, and their dreams remain undisturbed. All of this is not an accident. It occurs because, long before the first bell rang, someone got up in the dark, put on rough wool, kindled a fire, took a breath, and started over. The morning's first chores aren't glamorous. They are necessary even when they are not ceremonial, honored, or even observed by the majority of the household. Even in the midst of humble nobility, a magnificent medieval family relies on repetition rather than fanfare. Prayers are murmured at the chapel long before the aristocrats have breakfast. There are responsibilities before the cook determines that someone has oversalted the stew. Tiny, unseen, yet essential. Footsteps, floors, and fires, that's where it starts. Not the huge hall's two enormous halves, but the fires first. That will happen. Not quite yet. The purpose of these initial flames is warmth, not show. They are enticed into being in private rooms, storerooms, servant halls, and kitchens. A delicate hand ignited each one. The flame sputters out if there is insufficient breath. If you do too much, the ashes will fly up in your face like a furious cat. It's truly a silent art form. Seldom do you hear troubadours without raising an eyebrow singing about the glory of the kitchen scullion who started the main fire. But maybe they ought to. In the outside kitchen, a boy who is probably not nearly 11 years old kneels in front of the hearth. He presses his knees against the chilly stone. His eyes narrow as he blows softly onto the pile of ash. Even though the day is just getting started, his fingers are already charred. To bring the ember to life, he tucks a twist of kindling under the grates. The air is hazy from his breath. Even if the cold is stinging, the kind that penetrates wool, skin, and the marrow, there isn't time to think about it. An approximately 14-year-old girl is carrying buckets of water from the courtyard well nearby. The pail hits her thigh with a heavy thump. Even though this is only her third trip, her arms are already hurting. She carefully balances the weight. If she slouches too much, her gown will get wet. Wet wool is a source of its own suffering. It chafes and chills and clings. Again, though, there is no time for such ideas. Awaiting the water is the laundry woman. The washing is delayed there. The dressing is delayed if the washing is delayed. And if they cherish their position, no one puts off the lady of the house's dressing. Now let's talk about the floors. A medieval manor hall floor is not like the opulent velvet carpets and polished wood floors of today. No, the flooring are compacted soil or stone, occasionally with rushes scattered throughout. These rushes are more than just ornamental. They are used to muff footsteps, collect waste, and absorb spillage. However, they need to be burned, swept out, tossed to the pigs, or replaced on a regular basis, and placed a fresh one inside with aromatic herbs. To avoid the unpleasant smell of indoor life, not out of benevolence. These flooring are the lowest of the lowest when it comes to cleaning. The untried, the unlucky, the scullery maids. Knees roar and hands are calloused. They can work alone or in couples, using a primitive broom made of tied twigs. One girl sweeps. Another uses a wooden pan to collect garbage. In a steady, circular pattern, bits of bread, bones, ash, and even a mouse body were brushed together. Never fast, never fast. These things take time to complete. It just stirs up the dust. The banners hang still over them. With such pride and attention to detail, tapestries portray biblical miracles, hunting scenes, and the Lord's ancestry. The servants labor in silence beneath them. They don't raise their heads. Steps. The third step in the morning routine is that, where the stairs lead, not the steps themselves. They are taken by whom? Are they heard by anyone? Footsteps indicate motion. They are vital. Slowly, but purposefully, the guy awakens. A maid with fresh linens folded in her arms moves quickly down the west corridor. She gives the steward a courteous nod, but he doesn't reciprocate. He's constantly keeping track. candles, bed linens, fabric bolts, and attendants. Everyone needs to be counted. The stablemen start their rounds in the courtyard. This morning, the horses are agitated. One kicks its stall's wooden wall. A grey mare's nostrils flare as she stomps anxiously. The smell of damp leather, manure, and hay fills the air. The stable lad uses a low voice while speaking to the beasts because quiet voices soothe apprehensive creatures, not because he anticipates a response. It's more civility than he usually shows others. An elderly servant ascends a short set of stairs to reach the Lord's solar. He is carrying a little iron instrument and a bucket of coals. Before the noble gets up, he will relight the brazier. By the time a foot hits the floor, it must be warm. It is deemed unseemly to have a cool floor. He works cautiously but fast. The embroidered rug will show any soot spilt on it. Naturally, the lady's maid did not do it for the noble, and she observes everything. A man solely known as the tapster inspects the ale casks in another part of the buttery. He listens for hollowess as he thumps each one with the flat of his hand. He uses a wax-marked stick to record the levels. Pitch and linen are used to seal the barrels. If any are discovered to be leaking, suspicion will be placed on his neck. Ale theft is very serious in some situations, and servants have been known to assist themselves after hours, not because they are disobedient, but rather because it is easier to fall asleep when one is a little less awake. The air gets slightly warmer now, even though the sun hasn't yet risen. The faint golden light that filters through the leaded windows gives off the promise of the day. There are still more duties to complete before the actual day begins. The loo has been prepared. The towels are arranged. A poker taken from the fire is used to heat water in a shallow copper basin. Before praying, the aristocratic family would wash their hands and faces, not their physical form. That is not an everyday luxury. It is a more uncommon occurrence. However, the hair must be brushed and the face must be fresh. Even lowly nobles need to dress up. A small girl is crouching next to the lavatory. This morning she has been dealt the short straw. It is necessary to empty the night jars. A chamber pot is a basic item, typically made of clay, but for the more sophisticated, it may be made of brass. Nevertheless, it needs to be used quietly and cleaned well. Nobody likes to be reminded of a baroness's physical requirements. The lower floors are the finest places for that kind of realism. A boy near the ladder slowly and evenly rotates the beef spit. From the iron hook hangs a leg of mutton. Preparation needs to start early, but it's not breakfast fare. Since last night, the cook has been whispering about guests, but no one has verified it. Still, it's better to be ready than caught unprepared. A cold roast in an aristocratic home is one of the worst sins there is. The employees move without guidance. They are aware of their roles. Imitation, repetition, and the odd cuff to the ear are used as training methods rather than classroom instruction. A fresh servant keeps a careful eye on the more experienced ones. Not only their actions, but also their motions, their pauses, their speech, and, more frequently, their silence. Like mortar in walls, hierarchy permeates this universe. The chamberlain is above the steward, the chamberlain is above the grooms are above the scullery boys, and everyone is beneath the aristocratic family, who, depending on who is looking, answer exclusively to the king and the gods. However, the servant class also has subtle grades. For instance, even if the lady's maid is not as well born as the cook, she is given some advantages because of her closeness to the family. Better food, better textiles, a door-equipped room. Despite her straightforward demeanor, the laundress is aware of every secret concealed in the Lord's linens. A good servant is always aware of their position, but the astute ones are able to get around it. The chapel bell is tolling now. It has a rich, resonant, and even melancholy sound. Like a sigh, it reverberates down the corridors. The nobles are called to prayer by tone rather than by name. The servants move their feet and lower their heads, not necessarily out of devotion, but just out of habit. Thus, today's first part comes to an end. They've sparked the fires. The floors have been swept. The footprints have completed their task. The real show will start as soon as the noble family rises. But for the time being, the manor's heartbeat is still audible beneath the opulent stones and gleaming silver. Footsteps, flooring, and fires. The things that nobody notices, but which enable everything else. The manor contains nourishment, sometimes in enormous quantities. Crusty loaves taken from the oven's mouth, still steaming, roasted meats, golden pies, fresh trout, sweetmeats, stewed fruits, and cheeses covered in herbs. On gleaming platters it shimmers. It is served on trestle tables under painted beams and carved rafters, cut with practiced beauty. Nobility use knives that have never seen a turnip in their lives, or delicate fingertips when they eat. However, we're not talking about that food here. We are making our way down the stairs past the oaken panels and carved angels, via a small hallway into the kitchens, and then down a little more into the servants' hall. The remainder of the food, or more precisely, what's left over, ends up here. The activity is not adequately described by the phrase leftovers. Food distribution in a well-run noble family is governed by a rigid hierarchy and documented ration. How much, how often, and who receives what. The cook, the steward, and, if you believe the whispers, God himself, keep a close eye on these things. Naturally, those closest to the noble family, the steward, the lady's maid, the chaplain, and sometimes even the tutor, occupy the highest positions on the servant ladder. These people don't always eat downstairs, but they do occasionally. On some days, they are allowed to eat in private rooms with food that is surreptitiously brought in from the kitchen. A little jug of ale, a wedge of cheese, and a platter of cold roast. Not particularly showy, but unquestionably superior to what the others get. The servants' hall itself was large, dim, had low ceilings, and had a subtle scent of old onions and damp wool. The dinner, however, is another matter. Bread is the first step, always made with barley or rye, or occasionally maslin. A combination of wheat and rye growing together, bread is dense, dark, and coarse. The fluffy white bread that are served in the big hall upstairs aren't it. Buttered hands are used to shape, flavor, and filter them. No, this is black bread. It's heavy, solid, and filling, much like stones fill a bag. In a way, pottage comes after stew, albeit the word stew might vary depending on the day. Beans, peas, onions, cabbage, leeks, herbs, and, if luck favors you, bone broth are all used to make this hearty soup. For flavor, a bit of meat is occasionally cooked in. Sometimes the flesh is left. Most of the time it doesn't, but nobody complains. The stomach of a servant is taught to hope with caution. You consume what is provided. You don't inquire. The pottage may be thicker tomorrow if it is thin today. You may soften hard bread by soaking it in ale. Well, if the ale is sour, it prevents you from dying from the water, doesn't it? The one liquid that flows somewhat freely in most medieval kitchens is ale. Speaking of which, the suspicion of pure water is the reason, not the generosity of the way. Ale is consumed in tin cups after being brewed in barrels. It is nutritious but weak and hardly alcoholic. Kids consume it. Older people drink it, if you're lucky. It's warmer than the well and safer than the stream. The dinner is consumed fast because there is always more to do, not because it is particularly tasty. Long benches are used by servants. Years of elbows and spills have discolored the exposed wood of the table. Silver forks, salt dishes, and napkins are absent. One can use their fingers or a spoon to eat. You can either borrow a spoon or go without one if you've misplaced yours. Only moderate conversation is permitted. You rarely laugh. The tone is muted, influenced more by fatigue than slumber. The noble family will soon sit down to their first supper, surrounded by carved fruit dishes and linen cloths, and some servants look up, not in prayer, but towards the floor above. There is no pain in the difference. It's just understood. This is how it has always been. Provisioning is overseen by an official in larger families. The pantler is in charge of food and bread storage. The ale and wine are protected by the butler. Preparation is handled by the kitchener. Each of them keeps a wary eye on the others. The pantler is at blame if the bread disappears. The butler is held accountable if the ale is watered. The cook is questioned if a side of beef goes missing. The people who work behind them, those who carry, chop, cook, and clean, are only questioned when something goes wrong. They don't say anything else. Not all food now goes straight to the servants' hall. Some things are scavenged rather than stolen. A distinction exists. A platter's contents are examined when it is brought back to the kitchen partially consumed. A capon can be used again for a pie the next day if it is hardly touched. It may be transferred to the staff if it has progressed too far. It usually starts with the dogs. However, shrewd servants are aware of the morsel's hiding places. In the fruit bowl that sags slightly under its own ripeness, in the carving scraps, and in the cheese ends that are left on the serving board. Maybe a boy may pocket an apple. A bread slice might be tucked inside an apron by a female. Although they are not done publicly, these actions are done. It has nothing to do with greed. It has to do with survival. Long hours are spent lifting, bending, cleaning, and carrying by servants. Calories are important. When a boy skips breakfast, he spills a dish. Furthermore, dropping a dish can literally end your career. The rhythm is varied on feast days. The aristocratic family lived in luxury. Roasted game birds, spiced wine, trenches made from stale bread, and dozens other dishes. Sugared dates with animal-shaped jellies. Meanwhile, the servants put in twice as much work. The kitchen turns into a hive of activity. At the end, when the platters are back and the hall is silent, there is occasionally a prize. Hands burn, feet blister, and tempers flare. A feast for the staff may be announced by the steward. The remainder is arranged on a separate table. Carefully pluck clean roast bones. Pies with the filling still within, but the crusts gone. Pieces of fig honey. It's not much, yet it tastes sinful in a world of boiling beans and grey oatmeal. Once, a boy sobbed as he bit into a sugared plum that was left over. Even though sweetness is uncommon, he had never tasted it before. The majority of days are the same. Ale, pottage, black bray, and maybe an egg if the cook is feeling very generous. Meals follow a rhythm. Midday after the nobility eat, and morning before they wake. In the evening, servants eat rapidly and frequently while standing, long after the final silver goblet has been polished and stored. The kitchen never stops. You have to keep an eye on the fireplace. The goal is to prevent the pastry from burning. You have to stir the stew. A handful of raw peas, a teaspoon of soup taken behind the door, or a crust of bread wrapped in a cloth are some examples of foods that are occasionally consumed while walking. The cook forbids relaxation. He finds few things more disgusting than a full-mouthed scullion sitting in a chair. However, there is diversity in this austere diet. As the seasons change, so do the plants and grains. Greens, garlic, nettles, and leeks are all part of spring. Summer brings beans, peas, and cherries. Autumn brings nuts, apples, and onions. Winter doesn't bring much until the ladder is ready. In a way, the employees are handed a ration book, not a real one, but one they can remember. Every week, 3 loaves, a daily pot of porridge, ale twice a day, if at all, meat on Sundays. Depending on the steward's reading level, each item is either conceptually or in writing accounted for. Taking more than one's share is disruptive as well as theft. Others go without, and routine is essential to maintaining the equilibrium of the household. Not all servants endure the same level of hardship, it should be noted. The stable boy doesn't eat as well as the steward does. The spit lad was outperformed by the nurse. Even at the table, hierarchy is in place. However, there is a sense of brotherhood among the lower ranks. People share bread. The use of pottage bowls is inherited. Before rushing back to the laundry, a female would mutter, "Eat mine," and push her plate across the table. Like coins, small mercies are exchanged. The bowls are cleaned after the meal, usually not by washing. Soap is costly and water is valuable. Rather, they are scraped, cleaned, and possibly washed with ale. The spoons are returned to the pocket of the apron. The leftovers are either thrown into the fire, the pigs, or the dogs. The table has been cleaned. They shove the bench in. The lunch is finished in an instant. There is no dessert, no loitering, and no discussion about politics, hunting, or philosophy. Upstairs, that belongs to the world. Meals below stairs are crucial quiet times. Just enough food is put into the stomach to keep the hands moving, the backs bending, and the hours going by. They are fuel rather than memories. More bread, more pottage, and more of the same will be available tomorrow. And so it goes on. Serving a royal woman is not like working in a kitchen, where the cook screams like a bee, wounded animal, and the heat burns your hands. It's also not like cleaning the stables, where unpleasant things are at least foreseeable. No, the lady's maid's work is completely different from this type of work. It's a more subdued, subtle, but no less demanding position. There is hierarchy in a noble family, and the lady's maid has an odd place in that order. Uniquely near, yet neither quite low nor high. Despite wearing rough wool and eating gritty bread, she has access to the deep workings of emotion and power. She hears the Baroness talk without acting and sees her without her veil. She is aware of her perfume's scent as well as her natural scent. She must also keep in mind that her position could be eliminated overnight, probably more than any other servant. Now let's enter the solar. It's a tiny room, but it's well furnished, with tapestries hanging from the walls, couches, and a subtle aroma of crushed mint and dried lavender. The shutters are slightly ajar so that the morning light can permeate the oiled parchment. The bench has a half-red palter lying open, a box of embroidered silks underneath it, and a carved chair by the fire. Additionally, the lady's maid, Joan, is carefully folding a linen shift at the far end of the room. She has been awake for a while. When the bell rings, the lady of the house does not get up early. No, her mornings start with the water warmed, the fire relit, and the basin carefully positioned on the carved wooden stand. Joan has already retrieved the clothing for the day from the chest, carefully selecting it according to the weather, the day of the week, and whether guests are anticipated. These days, it's a green wool dress lined with squirrel fur. Respectable and sturdy, while still gentle in the throat. The hem is shaken out, the fur is combed, and the lace is examined for snags. Beside it is a nicely wound belt of copper links. The shift is set out underneath the undercut first. She is waiting after setting the slippers by the fire to warm. Joan advances swiftly, but not hurriedly when the woman stirs. Haste is uncivilized. She opens the shutters just enough to let light to enter, but not enough to irritate her eyes. She says, "Good tomorrow, my lady," and then she looks at the photo. Steam rises in pinned coils as water is gently poured into the basin. The lady's fingers are covered with the unfolded and wrung-out linen. Nothing is hurried. Nothing is overlooked. Joan is fully aware that there is a rhythm to this. The hair needs to be attended to once the face has been cleaned. After taking off the sleeping coif, Joan starts to carefully and slowly comb from the scalp down. The pride of a noble woman is in her hair, which should never be broken or pulled. Some women wear it under a wimple, while others wear it braided or in a net of gold cord. It is to be twisted and pinned under a veil today. As she works, Joan gets out the pins, sharp, small objects with carved bone heads, and puts them in her mouth, one at a time. Every day she makes use of the same comb. Boxwood was sheathed with oil. Years of use had smoothed the teeth. They converse occasionally. In other words, the woman speaks. Joan pays attention. She talks about how her husband snores, how Lady Marjorie's gown dragged shamefully in the rushes at the feast, how her sister sent a letter in poor Latin as usual, and other court customs. Joan makes little noises to show interest and agreement. She doesn't contradict herself. She doesn't inquire. She definitely doesn't laugh until it's expected of her. Like other people who read literature, she has learnt to read moods, a look, a stop, a sigh. Words cannot express how much these items mean. It's time for the dressing. It is a methodical and gradual process. After being pulled over the woman's head, the linen chemise is smoothed into position. Joan's fingers work swiftly, tying knots and softly pulling at the sleeves. The kirtle, a form-fitting garment that embraces the body and gives the gown above its structure, comes next. Joan performs this with accustomed ease, even though it needs to be laced at the sides. One hand knots while the other pulls. It has a calming rhythm, provided the laces don't break. The gown itself goes over this. Green wool with fur at the hem and cuffs. It is heavier than it appears. Joan helps her mistress intervene by lifting it and holding it open. She starts to tighten the sides after pulling it over the shoulders. One loop in particular always catches. Jonas has already fixed it twice. A low clasp was then made around the hips by the girdle. Next comes the veil, which needs to be perfectly fastened to frame the face without highlighting any particular area. The slippers are the last item. Joan steps aside once the woman is dressed. She looks over her work. "Shall I bring the mirror, my lady?" she asks with a slight nod if everything is in order. The mirror is obviously not made of glass. The king's chambers are the only places where glass is a luxury. There is enough evidence that this is polished steel. The woman frowns slightly, tilts her head, and leans in. Joan waits. She's waited 1,000 times in the same spot. The woman finally responds. "It will do." Joan bows and steps aside. The remainder of the day is spent moving constantly, yet silently. Joan is constantly 3 steps behind her mistress as she follows her from room to hall. She is carrying the cloak, the handkerchief, and the sewing basket. She comes forward to take letters, give directions, and give a fainting visitor a drop of rose water. She listens while waiting in doorways and never speaks until prompted. This mansion is filled with rumors. There is, of course. Every home has gossip, but now it's coming. With lovely phrases and silk clothing, Joan hears everything. Rumors concerning the Lord's affairs, whispered clues regarding the steward's reports, and grievances regarding the cook's cottage. She doesn't repeat any of it, but part of it is clearly not true, and some of it is nonsense. She has witnessed the consequences of excessive chatter. Agnes, the final maid, became overly friendly with the page boy who was visiting. She was fired within an hour after just one word was overheard. No pay, no references, no second chances. Joan assisted her with packing. They didn't say anything. Joan makes clothes for the following day in the afternoon while the woman is reading her psalter or working on her embroidery. She checks the hems, airs out the bodices, and brushes the hair. By the light of a little window, she sews repairs, polishes buckles, and sharpens pins. The needle is always fine, and the thread is always waxed. Joan, seated against the door frame, head lowered, always attentive, always ready, takes a quick snooze when the lady does, and she gets the room ready for the evening. She arranges the night rail, Kim draws the curtains, and lights the candles. To wrap around the woman's shoulders, she warms a cloth. Slowly and gently, she assists her in taking off her clothes, folding each one as it is taken off and stacking them neatly. By the fire, the slippers go. The veil is unpinned and the girdle is loosened. Her lady's hair is brushed again, at least 50 times, and left loose for sleeping. Joan doesn't say anything if the woman is exhausted. Joan listens to her if she wants to speak. Sometimes the woman turns to the wall and weeps quietly. At this point, Joan silently extends the linen cloth. She is not consoling. It would be assuming that. She offers gifts. She snoozes at the door on a straw pallet. When the ladies begin, her day is over. On some nights, she doesn't get any sleep at all. The woman remembers something significant and has to deliver a message, shouts out in her dreams, or demands water. Joan gets up without protest. Her art is characterized by that. Yes, it is a position of intimacy, but equality is not the same as closeness. However, the beat has a unique quality. Day after day, the unspoken awareness and modest gestures of kindness were shared from one person to another. She is never thanked by the woman. Not at all, but Joan is aware that her service is appreciated, so the days go by in whispered directions, carefully tied knots, folds of cloth, and quiet. Like a shadow sewn to the edge of aristocratic silk, Joan moved through it all: grace, rumors, clothes, and the implements of the trade. As some like to remark, the kitchen is not the center of the manor. Long before anybody else is awake, and long after the final candle in the big hall has been extinguished, it is the engine, the furnace, the thing that smokes, sweats, and stews. It's not attractive. It's not polite. It's not quiet here if you're a servant. Let's get down into it. Soot-blackened stone walls. A sheep hole can be roasted in the middle part. Heavy tables covered in flour and crumbs. Iron hooks suspended from overhanging beams and the subtle trace of pig fat. Wet wood, damp wool, sour ale, ash, and onions, grease, and something burned that no one has the guts to name. In an aristocratic home, such as that of a wealthy baron or count, the kitchen is a miniature country unto itself. It also has a ruler, the cook, much like any other kingdom. In general, a large man, not in the gentle manner of a merchant, who is heavy in the foot, thick around the arms, has a voice like a dropped pot and a vocabulary to match. In addition to surviving 2 hunting mishaps, 1 lord's mistress, and at least 1 food poisoning episode that he maintains was not his fault, he has served in 4 different houses. He doesn't put up with inefficiency, delay, or waste. From the spit boys in particular, the spit boy is arguably the lowest position in the kitchen. He is bony, always burned, and typically between the ages of 10 and 13. Hour after hour, he must turn the roasting spit, a large iron pole that hangs over the hearth and rotates hunks of meat. The meat will burn on one side if he turns it too slowly, and it will cook unevenly if he flips it too quickly. There are tales of what happened to the last boy who did that, so if he stops completely, well, he went out with a fractured tooth and a welt on his back. Perhaps unrelated, perhaps not. The kitchen is a well-organized mess. Barley, beans, dried fish, salted pork, eggs, root vegetables, overseas supplies, the kitchener, a senior cook's assistant, and the ever-depleting supply of preserved plums. He maintains a ledger that is kept under lock and key and is only consulted when suspicion is aroused, rather than paper, which is too valuable. She is working beside him, her apron drenched through, her arms crimson from the wash basin. She cleans soot-blackened pots, worn-out knives, and pewter plates with their chipped rims. Her hands are constantly occupied. Her mouth, which frequently mutters about other people's mess, is also like this. The boiling pots are undercooked. 1 for sauces, 1 for pottage, and 1 for what may have been fish at one point, but is now something else. To avoid the occasional splash or flame, they stir using long wooden paddles. Burns happen frequently. Blisters are disregarded. No matter what spills on her shoes, a smart kitchen maid knows to keep going. The manor's kitchen is never quiet, and meals are served in waves. Breakfast, if you can call it that, comes first. It's light for the nobility. Maybe some watered wine, a cup of warmed ale, a slice of cold meat, or a little bread roll. Status is more important than survival. In the morning, they don't eat a lot. They let the individuals who carry out the work handle that. However, the kitchen is ablaze, even for this simple lunch. Crusts must be cut, bread must be sliced, and the proper type of cheese must be located. The butter shouldn't be too firm. A reliable person who isn't very eager to drink must sample the ale to determine its freshness. The servant's own food, which was prepared hastily earlier, is not particularly elegant. If time permits, a handful of dried peas. If not, coarse bread or oatmeal. Before dinner, which is served in the middle of the morning or soon after, the true craziness starts. For the noble family, this is the biggest meal of the day. A roast, soup, boiled greens, a few courses, and maybe a custard or dessert. Dried fruit and root vegetables in winter. Soft cheeses with fresh herbs in the summer. The Lord is easily insulted, therefore each dish needs to be made carefully, not because he is a connoisseur. Instructions are bellowed by the cook. Add more salt. Not that salt, please. The fine salt. You are a donkey. This cloak was pulled on by whom? The leg still has feathers on it. With a lame bird, a kitchen lad scurries away. Someone another scrapes fat off of a pan. For parsley, a girl is sent to the herb garden. She returns with mint. She is dispatched once more. Hierarchy is present here. Pork is even used as an ingredient. Mutton is a decent meat. Reduce the amount of beef. It is therefore costly and difficult to maintain. Swans and geese in particular are delicious. However, after being roasted, the coveted treat, peacocks, were served with their feathers restored. Heaven forbid, not for taste, but for show. When the feathers were placed too close to the hearth, the final one almost caught fire. Compared to meat, sugar is uncommon. It is stored in a locked box and is only used in pies on special occasions or when the housewife is feeling very depressed. Spices are treated as if they were precious. Pepper, cloves, cinnamon, and saffron. The pepper is physically weighed. A servant may have their pay withheld or, worse, face theft charges if they use excessive amounts without authorization. A tablespoon of cloves going missing might be a crime. The servers, footmen, or pages in livery, each with sanitized hands and steady feet, carry the food out as it is plated, not the cook. Presentation is crucial. A deaf kneel could just as easily be a platter dropped in front of the Lord. Of course, in a metaphorical way. Typically, the cook eventually settles back in the kitchen, but not for long because dinner preparations are about to begin. Served close to sunset and smaller than supper. Although they are rarely utilized at the Lord's table, leftovers are occasionally used. A custard set again, a meat pie recycled from the roast in the morning. However, whatever was scraped from the pan is consumed by the servants. Sometimes it's sufficient, and other times it's not. As long as no one else witnesses the girl stealing crust from the pie edge, the cook pretends not to notice. The fire never completely extinguishes. At night, ash is banked, coals turned inwards softly. In shifts, it is tended. The cook will not pardon the person who allowed the fire to go out, and it will have to be redone from scratch if it does. Here, there are recognized but unsaid norms. Wait until the cook has carved the meat before touching it. Avoid using the ladle to taste. The excellent bowl should not be used for servant stew. Wait until the cook sits before you do. Never sing. For a week, the final boy who sang while making pudding was confined to the stables, returned more subdued. He still hums, but he only does it to himself. Festivals are a different story. The kitchen then turns into a battlefield. A fish pie with real birds inside that are supposed to fly out when cut, dozens of pies, roast bears with apples in their mouths, spiced wine boiling in vats, custards shaped like animals, and meals prepared just to wow. If it works, it's a marvel. If not, it's a mess. On certain days, the slaves hardly eat, too preoccupied with cleaning, fetching, pouring, and carrying. However, if they are in a good mood, the cook will actually throw them a bone. The scullery maid received a bone from the marrow, a scrape of honey from a bowl. The kitchen also takes a little break once the visitors have left. The candles have gone out, and the last cup has been cleaned dry. The chef dabs at his forehead. Slumping against the wall is the spit lad. For the final time, the scullery maid dips her arms into the trough. The work is hot. It goes on and on. It pays poorly. However, it is warmer than the stables and safer than the fields. They stay because someone has to boil water before the sun rises tomorrow. The great hall may sparkle and the kitchen may shout, but in a medieval fashion. A man holding parchment in one hand and suspicion in the other is standing behind each plucked goose, meticulously tapped barrel, and tallied coin. He does not cook, sew, or function as the steward, but without his permission, absolutely nothing occurs. His domain is the silent, ink-stained desk hidden away in the outer chamber of the solar, not the hearth, the field, or the chapel. Here, the steward maintains the manna under shelves of ledgers and scrolls, surrounded by weighted seals and tally sticks. First, let's talk about books, not the romance genre. Names, numbers, debts, and deliveries are listed in columns on these dry items that are leather-bound and rough-edged. Dates, weights, and the silent fear of candlelight maths are all recorded here. There is no poetry. Every flour bag, wool bolt, and bushel of grains is also noted. The steward is aware of the exact number of candles used during the ladies' vigil last Tuesday, the number of chickens that should be laying, and the amount of ale that has vanished. For short notes, he always has a wax tablet with him, which has been repeatedly scraped smooth. Ink had stained his fingers. Sitting has made his back stiff. He is not a dramatic man. He observes everything and is a man of detail. The steward wanders the grounds every morning before Matins' bell rings. Not for exercise. He would much rather sit in a chair, but for observation. He glances around the courtyard and notices a shaky cartwheel, a broken fence post, and a suspiciously thin-looking pig. He stops in front of the stables. Last week, too much straw was used. He writes something down. He checks the ladder. Not as many hams as he had anticipated. One more note. When he's around, the staff knows to stay busy. A servant who stands too close to the well invites attention. He moves at a pace that is just quick enough to cause discomfort. He doesn't say much, but when he does, it matters. What caused the delay in the linen order? The barley delivery is light. Why? Why does the scriptorum lack 3 candles? He seldom ever speaks loudly. He doesn't have to. He is in charge of deciding who gets new boots for the winter, approving meals, and calculating compensation. He is aware of who is linked to the cook, has a sick sister, and has debt. It is possible to gain favor, but only with caution. Small, square, and much calmer than the rest of the house is the steward's room, also known as the counting room by the servants. A single, small window allows a beam of light, typically streaked with dust, to enter. It's a wide, parchment-covered desk. Nearby are stone-weighted stacks of records. Each of the sealed boxes in the cupboard has its own key. Most of them he wears under his shirt on a chain. This is the location for storing receipts. Not like contemporary receipts, but supplier lists, tenant letters, and reeve tallies. Theoretically, every penny that comes into or goes out of the estate is tracked. If the steward is astute, as most are, he permits occasional minor losses, just enough to keep things going, but never enough to imply ineptitude. In this piece, he is not totally alone. Plows, harvests, and cattle are all under the bailiff's supervision. The workers are kept in line by the reeve, a peasant chosen by their other villagers. After hearing their findings, the steward files them away. He doesn't trust them, though. In his line of work, trust is risky. The steward meets with the lord of the manor once a week, or maybe more frequently. This is a sensitive matter. Grain rot and tallow prices are of no interest to the lord. He wants to be sure that his wine cell is adequately stocked, his tenants are peaceful, and his coffers are full. The steward gives just enough information to be comforting but not boring. The ale storage is still enough, my lord, but the barley output was 2 carts short. The purple dye in the cloth that my wife ordered from Coventry is not as strong as she would have liked. The fence around the southern field has fallen down. The process of repair is in progress. He gives the news in the same way that a doctor gives a diagnostic. Even when the patient is half dead, remain composed, methodical, and accurate. This position has a chilly authority. Unlike knights, stewards do not give orders. He can make recommendations, but he doesn't threaten. And a steward's report that a certain servant is untrustworthy or that a cook's assistant has been negligent with flour might result in the termination of an employment immediately. Because of this, when he walks into the kitchen, the laughter stops and the staff straighten their backs when he walks into the hall. He's not mean. He is the one who records it, but he isn't even that strict. Furthermore, the individual who maintains the record is more important than you might think in a society where the majority of your actions are forgotten. He does more than work for pay and food. He oversees the collection of rent from the peasants who work the Lord's land as tenants of the manor in return for labor or money. He keeps track of their late payments, pleading for forgiveness and nighttime escapes. Twice a year, he uses a knotted rope to measure the field's boundaries while muttering about transgressions and hedros. He manages firewood, food, and wine inventories. He audits the beehives, examines the linen stocks, and checks the lock on the silver chest. He doesn't take care of them. All he does is make sure they are cared for. Next comes the hiring process. He must be passed through by new servants. He examines their provenance, citations, and, if literate, handwriting. Charm makes him nervous. A smart boy who is overly polished could be a crook. A shy girl can be hiding a temper. He maintains a list, updates it, and takes notes. He has to figure out how much each feast or holy day will cost. How many people are there? How many classes are there? In an hour, how many candles burned? He sees that the cook has asked for raisins. Too many. He cuts it short. Why aren't birds on the menu, he queries. The weather is the falconer's fault. It is noted by the steward. He never sits around doing nothing. He has a racing mind even while he's sitting. What's lacking? What has been overspent? What is not included in the count? He is not heartless, though. Occasionally, when a maid grabs a pie crust, he turns away. On a scorching day, he disregards a stable boy's second mug of ale. The roof collapses because the domestic rebels are too forgiving and the calculated mercies are too severe. The steward gathers the great roll at the conclusion of the year. A terrifyingly large piece of parchment detailing expenses, earnings, losses, and obligations. It is frequently recited aloud and offered to the Lord with a wax seal, a permanent ritual. What existed and how much was spent. Here's where the steward excels. He is the manor's memory, the thing that keeps it from collapsing, the one who knows the price of the lady's necklace, the number of arrows in the armory, and the last time the gardener trimmed the privy hedge, despite the fact that his life is lived in shadow, numbers, and whispers. He doesn't engage in combat. Although he doesn't host parties in the hall, he is aware of how much lamp oil was consumed the previous winter, and that information alone can be a weapon. He sits by himself at night. A small cup of wine is consumed, a line is added to the ledger, and a note reminding him to count the geese in the morning is scratched. He folds his hands and ponders, since he already knows who is responsible for the missing reel of linen, Fred, and the hay and tallow must be counted and weighed tomorrow. It's humming in the manor. Not with music, but that will happen eventually, not yet with goblet tinkling or laughs. No, this sound is more urgent and older. The hum of work is the cause. Voices sharp as bells, broom bristles across flagstones, pails clanking in stone hallways, and blades being sharpened against wet stones. The day of the event draws near, and this is no reason to rejoice if you're a servant in a wealthy medieval home. There's reason for concern, because despite their glitz and splendor, feasts don't prepare themselves. They are made of bone, soup, and blisters from perspiration, reprimands, and insomnia. The stewards, the pages, the stable men, the kitchen crew, the scullery maids, and the poor, shaky youngster who has to polish every pewter dish before sunset are the ones who forge them. And you won't get a single goose bite despite all of this work, unless you steal it, and even then you'd better do it quickly. As usual, let's start at sunrise. The steward has been counting the goods for the past 2 hours. In his slippers, the cook is pacing and threatens to use violence against anyone who loses a rosemary sprig. Smoke, herbs, onions, and the subtle terror of undercooked pastry fill the kitchen. In celebration of St. Martin's Day, the Lord's birthday, or the arrival of a London-based cousin, the aristocratic family throws a feast today. It makes no difference. The causes shift, the endeavor doesn't. The menu is ambitious. It is, of course. Each of the 4 courses will consist of several dishes. Savory pies, fresh bread, roasted meats, spiced stews, sugared fruit, and maybe even peacock. Roasted, skinned, and finally, for display, adorned in its own feathers. A culinary resurrection with an expression of everlasting judgment and a beak like polished gold. The spit lads have been working non-stop in the kitchen since dawn. A mutton leg is rotated. A game hen that keeps slipping on the rod is managed by another. It's a fierce fire. It burns the smoke. The scullery maid is coughing her way through his dishes, and Ash has already blanketed the rear of the room. 3 times she washed the same pan. There's nowhere else to go, not because it's filthy. The floor is a battleground of flour and footsteps by mid-morning. A missing tart is the reason for the cook's yelling. The custard has been boiled for too long. Down in the root cellar, the kitchener is having a disagreement with a rat. The rat is winning. There is only a little more calm in the large hall. The long trestle tables have been arranged by the pages. To mask the smell of yesterday's turnips, they use vinegar and lemon peel to scour each plank. Carefully pressed linens are unrolled. Peter goblets face the same way and are arranged in pairs. The Lord's table is naturally set in full, but most guests bring their own knives because cutlery is so scarce these days. The floor is covered in herbs, rosemary, thyme, and lavender, partly to flaunt, part to cover off offensive odors. Wasteful fragrance is only affordable for wealthy households. The minstrels tune their instruments in the corner. Don't say it aloud. Not quite yet. At this point, an anxious steward might deduct their bread limit if they hear the wrong note. A box of heating stones is being used by the lady's maid to iron her mistress's finest veil. Only on feast days is the fur-trimmed blue wool gown worn. All morning, the woman has been in a mood. When a gem disappears from her girdle, she mistakenly believes the laundry maid is to blame. It has been weeks since the laundry girl last visited the solar. As she wrings out a tapestry that someone spilt candle wax on during last week's vigil, she's elbow-deep in soap suds. The noble family gets ready upstairs at their own leisure. The servants downstairs are moving like if they've been set on fire. The next step is to get the show pieces ready. One is a castle-shaped pastry filled with minced beef that has been spiced and tinted with saffron. Another is a swan that has been cooked and has gold leaf on its wings. A delicate sugar sculpture in the shape of a hunting scene will be the finishing touch. The expense of importing the sugar was high. Sweating heavily is the sculptor, a young man with dexterous fingers and a perpetually anxious expression. He tips over and murmurs to no one, "Don't breathe too hard near the stag." The grooms are cleaning the horses in the stable yard in case a visitor requests a tour of the property. To retrieve a dog for show close to the high table, the stable lad is dispatched. The hound is ornamental, but he smells. The steward comes into view in the kitchen. Everyone stops talking. At first, he remains silent. He observes while moving slowly and keeping his arms behind his back. A spoon is dropped by a scullery maid. The boy acts as though he didn't just steal a plum. The steward taps the ale barrel, counts the pies, examines the bread loaves, and notes everything on his wax tablet. He gives one nod and walks away. There's a slight exhalation from the kitchen. It is now noon. The visitors are starting to show up, men of the cloth, neighbors, and lesser nobility. The porter greets them as they dismount in the courtyard and leads them through to the hall. Gloves are heated by the fire, boots are cleaned, and cloaks are removed. They serve the first course. Through the enormous doors, servers form a queue, each carrying a dish, and they move in time. They are opened by pages that dart forward. From the kitchen, the cook observes, tense as a drawn bow. The food needs to be heated. It needs to be upright. Above all, it must be stunning. Aspic fish, boiling capon with parsley, and roast pork with apples. The dish remains level even after a man stumbles. The hall erupts in cheers. The chef exhales with relief. In order to prepare for the following wave, the servants withdraw and wait in the wings. Their own tummies rumble in the meantime. Until the third dish is served, they won't have supper. It won't be in the hall even then. It will be crouched in the uterine corner, gulping down the ale dregs and sucking grease off crusts. Once, someone was found with a roasted fowl halfway down their sleeve after attempting to steal it off the Lord's tray. Before dessert, they were dismissed. The steward didn't even speak louder. They served the second course. After boiling carrots and leeks, there's a sweet and sour rabbit, onion tarts, and a custard that appears fine but has slightly curdled. Nobody brings it up. The dignified guests laugh too loudly and take huge gulps from their goblets. On pipes and lutes, the minstrels start playing a slow tune that is both heavy enough to drown out the occasional belch and light enough to maintain discussion. Subtlety, a sugar castle, a pastry lion, and the notorious stag are all introduced in the third meal. It is still alive, with its antlers intact. Standing in the shadows, the sculptor almost bursts with happiness. Finally, we have the fourth course. Cheese, wafers, candied ginger, dried fruits, and nuts. The visitors munch. The cook falls to one of the benches. Wherever possible, the servants eat what they can. If no one is looking, add a handful of raisins, bread crusts, and leftover chicken. Nobody gives them credit. Nobody brings them up. They should not be observed. The hard job starts after the feast is over. The tables are cleaned, linens are gathered for boiling, rushes are swept up and tossed into the fire, plates are removed, bones are gathered, ale barrels are drained, and so on. Final orders are given by the cook, who is already planning tomorrow's bread. Without saying a word, the woman takes off her veil and gives it to her maid. She kicks off her shoes and unfastens her girdle. The music is the source of her complaints. The servants remain silent. Hours go by. Candles are extinguished. There are trays piled. The dishes are washed. They sweep the ashes. The man falls asleep at midnight. One boy in the kitchen declares that a beef pie he's been eating cold on the shelf is the finest thing he's eaten in months. It's never really calm in the noble household. Soft, deliberate, unshawlable footfall continue to be heard even after the candles have been out, and the hearth have been banked to embers. A door opens. Where someone talks too loudly for their own good or too soft to be heard, a figure slips through. This isn't the sound of labor or reality. The sound is that of secrets, and the keepers of the manor's secrets are its servants. Not because they want to be, and most definitely not because they have been given confidences by others. On the contrary, they are subtly placed by servants in loves, corners, behind draperies, and beyond doors that are slightly ajar. When people forget they exist, they are there. They are unable to avoid hearing. Therefore they listen. They can't afford to forget, so they remember. Consider the chamberlain, the Lord's personal attendant. He is in charge of the Lord's schedule, his private quarters, his clothing, and sometimes his justifications. Despite handling mail, laying out tunics, and standing silently throughout talks that are not intended for him, he is able to hear them, Land-related matters, affiliations, debts, and hushed names with excessive connotation. The Lord hardly ever looks at him, occasionally addresses him by the wrong name, never inquires about his marital status, and is unaware of or indifferent to the fact that he is not. The chamberlain is aware of the things that the Lord is envious of, covets, and fears. The letters he claims not to have received have been seen by him. He is aware that the Baron keeps a sword concealed behind the wall paneling, that he once confessed to his confessor that he detested his oldest son, and that on feast days he drinks before maintainings. He doesn't write or say anything. He just waits. Additionally, the lady's maid has heard a lot more than her mistress would be willing to acknowledge. The mocking remarks regarding the visiting nobility. When the letters arrive, the wailing fits. The outrage when another woman at court is seen wearing a favorite gown. The fixation on a silver comb that was given to her years ago but was never worn. The maid is aware of how frequently the woman takes her tincture. She is aware of the chaplain's nighttime visits. She is aware of which drawer the woman keeps her jewelry in when her husband is upset, and she has occasionally noticed bruises where none should be, but she chooses to remain silent. She is not an idiot. Even the stable boy, who is at the bottom of the manor's hierarchy, has witnessed inappropriate things. He watched as the steward's helper was given a pouch by the knight's page, with a faint clinking sound coming from inside. An hour later, he came back red and breathless after witnessing the Baron's youngest daughter ride off without an escort. Once, he discovered an unopened letter nestled within a saddle blanket. Despite his inability to read, he was able to identify the seal. The same cousin who was later disinherited owned it. In the clump of excrement, he buried the letter. It was never questioned. Later, however, they kept a closer eye on him. Then there is the chaplain or priest of the home. Though not exactly a servant, it's near enough. Confessions are heard by him. He preaches. During dinner, he strikes up a courteous conversation and blesses the bread and wine. He also knows who steals, who cheats, who sleeps in the wrong bed, and who tithes more than they can afford. None of this is written by him in his parish function. However, he is aware of which servants are cunning, which are honest, and which have had too much experience. Not every secret is spoken out. Some are confined in the steward's chamber and kept in ledgers. Odd. Purchases, a second bolt of velvet that was never delivered to the lady's closet, and an overpayment to the mason for unfulfilled repairs are all documented in ledgers. Everything is noted by the steward. He doesn't fix the figures. He just puts them in a column in his mind that says, "Useful later." Information is currency in a family of ritual and position, not money. Seldom do servants have much of that. However, it is vital to know who has been sneaking down to the kitchens at night, who took whose horse without permission, or which noble has a taste for something that the church disapproves of. Usually, the knowledge is hidden away like an unlit candle. However, the wick is occasionally lit by someone. The steward's kid has been staying in the guest wing, which a footman might casually mention. Unusual for someone who isn't on the rolls list. A chambermaid may remember that a certain visitor always requests fresh rushes twice daily. The floor is dry, which is rather unusual. Often, this type of gossip is exchanged in private for survival rather than financial benefit. Even if the laundry maid is unmarried, a cook's helper who knows she has a child may remain silent until he needs a replacement. Then it turns into a deal. He'll say, "Just this once," and "until the next time." Scandal isn't usually the subject of secrets. Some are minor, odd, and unremarkable. A page who was actually a cooper's son yet pretended to be noble Orne. A literate maid who works quietly by the kitchen fire in the middle of the night. A scully child who keeps candle stubs to sell in the hamlet after melting them into a lump. Everyone sees, but nobody asks or tells. Occasionally, the servants congregate in nooks and hallways after the nobility have retired to their beds and the fire has gone out. A knife is sharpened by someone. Damn a stocking. Someone. Regarding the steward's new footwear, Someone murmurs. These are not times of leisure. They're just pauses, the sort that occur in between storms. Additionally, the others turn to look at the darkness if someone begins to speak a bit too aggressively. Though thick, the manor walls are not deaf. Years ago, a servant made an attempt to sell what he knew. A traveling friar received a special, sealed letter from him. It was reported by the friar. Before the hour was up, the servant was fired. Nobody saw him go. This story is frequently given as a reminder, not as a warning. Nothing is silenced, not even by death. The Baron's children were looked after by a nursemaid who is long since deceased. She witnessed their birth, development, and eventual transformation. She had a cat that no one liked, and a tiny room over the kitchen with herbs dangling from the beams. One winter, she passed away while sleeping, clutching a toy she had made out of wood. Someone discovered a bundle of letters, pieces of cloth, and a broken ring under her bed after she passed away. Nobody is aware of their fate. However, that spring, the Lord's second son was sent overseas and never returned. Even if they remain silent, the servants are aware. They are aware of which door opens right before sunrise. They are aware of which father is the parent of whose child. They are aware of who is afraid of the priest, who locks their door with shaking hands, and who has an excessive preference for wine. However, your knowledge is not the secret to surviving in a noble home. It's being aware of what to overlook. Neither the bravest nor the smartest are the servants who endure, the ones who age in their livery and aprons. They are the ones that keep to themselves, the patient ones, the ones who realize that speaking the truth invites disaster, that the safest place to learn is behind your teeth, and that quiet has power, a heavy, hard kind of power. With their eyes down and their ears wide open, they proceed with their jobs, lighting lamps, folding linens, and pouring wine. Unaware that the steward has read his previous 3 letters, the Baron chuckles in the vast hall. Unaware that her maid discovered the poetry in the hem, the woman worries about her dress. Unaware that the stable boy witnessed him leaving the lady's chamber flushed and barefoot, the chaplain lectures about chastity. There are numerous mysteries in the manor, but the servants never reveal them. Even a well-managed medieval home is not a place where everything goes according to plan. The thing isn't a machine. It is a living being, complete with worn stone, wooden beams, and people who forget, stumble, and fall. When they do, someone is always held accountable when something breaks, burns, or vanishes. Sometimes nobody is at fault. A rat in the flour sack, the wind, the weather, or simply bad luck can be the cause at times. However, charity is not the lifeblood of noble homes. They operate under a set of rules, and when those rules are broken, punishment is required. Let's start with something modest. Let's say a cup is knocked over during dinner by a servant. A frightened and inexperienced young footman puts down the tray too soon as the lord is in the middle of making a great gesture. The goblet tilts. The white linen is splattered with red wine. The woman lets out a gasp. The steward scowls. The footman holds his breath and stands still. The penalty could be light. It is remembered despite a day spent using a rag and vinegar to scrub the privy steps, a docked wage, and a scathing remark. In this household, mistakes are remembered, particularly by those who count salaries and monitor linen stains. Imagine a servant dropping something more significant now. Consider a silver spoon. Into the fire, not the mud. Before it can be recovered, it dissolves. The spoon had engravings on it, a present from the Baron's uncle for their wedding. It's supposed to be there, but nobody uses it. And it isn't now. This is not an error anymore. This is irresponsibility. Furthermore, negligence conveys disrespect. It is possible to call the servant to the steward's room. He'll have to give an explanation. He won't yell. In front of the steward, nobody yells. He can claim that he tried to get it since he was exhausted and didn't mean any harm. The steward will close the ledger, scribble something down, and nod. The servant may be relieved of all domestic duties or sent to the outside fields for a week. Crews that dig ditches are constantly in need of additional help. At the end of the day, there is no fire to warm your hands, the food is inferior, and the work is heavier. Even worse, the penalty could be silent. No statement is said, no word is spoken, and then all of a sudden, nobody looks at you. You are assigned fewer, less significant responsibilities. Neither the ale keys nor the nice napkins are trusted to you. Your name is never called again by the steward, and a new boy shows up in a week or two. He takes your place at the table. He's dressed in your apron. The coldest corner is where your mattress is now located. You're informed one morning that your services are no longer needed. You are shown the door and given a half loaf of bread. For many, that's how it ends. Of course, there are more serious offenses. One is theft, even if it's a minor one. A trinket from the lady's chest, a candle stub, and an extra strip of bacon. It alters everything if it is found. The severity of punishment varies. The thief may be publicly dismissed with a handful of coppers and a warning not to return if the Lord is feeling giving. The servant may be beaten if there are severe rules in the home or if the stolen item is valuable, just because it's expected, not out of anger or even cruelty. Theft is not tolerated unpunished. Chaos would result. The courtyard is where the beating takes place. Typically, a brief speech is given about loyalty, honor, or trust. After that, a birch rod or leather strap is used to lash the servant. The younger staff are meant to observe, so a few lashes are sufficient to mark and remind. No one is cheering. There is no sport here. However, the message is unambiguous. The law is sometimes called upon, infrequently, yet it does occur. If a servant steals a silver goblet, they may be summoned before the memorial court or even handed over to the reeve. The penalty is no longer private there. It's open to the public. Stocks, branding, or, if there is one, incarceration in the local jail. That servant never comes back. The manor retains his earnings. However, sin is not the cause of every calamity. Some are just plain mishaps. A scullion girl breaks her wrist after slipping on a damp floor. She is no longer able to clean kitchenware. She is given the task of peeling onions by the cook, who is understaffed. She peels terribly. Within the month, she is replaced. An undercook cuts his thigh after mishandling a knife. Despite his limp and bandages, he attempts to continue working. The wound fears. He never fully regains his position after being transferred to the Almar for treatment. Someone else is brought in to replace him. The kitchen is constantly in motion. The knives continue to cut. A boy who is stable tumbles down from the loft. Nobody is sure how. He wakes up limping and bewildered. According to the Baron's son, he witnessed him intoxicated by cider. Due of his carelessness, the child gets pummeling. He says he never had any alcohol. It makes no difference. It is thought to be the Baron's son. The boy gets kicked out. Misunderstandings also exist. One of the footmen was caught talking too openly in the hallway. It is interpreted as an insult, even though he was merely restating what he had heard the steward say regarding the wine casks. The steward remains silent. However, the footman is tasked with cleaning the restrooms a week later. A maid is observed leaving the chaplain's apartments, and he never talks openly again. "I was delivering laundry," she says. Others make the opposite suggestion. She has relocated to the exterior buildings, albeit this is not confirmed. It's cooler where she lives now. She has more work to do. It's an obvious message. The aristocratic household's reputation is crucial, and when it deteriorates, servants have little to defend them. Even sickness is regarded suspiciously. A boy who has a fever is advised not to eat the bread. He does, but the illness spreads to someone else. It's bread's fault. The boy is dismissed. He might get better. He might not. He won't come back, though. The manor is also visited by death. It doesn't ring. At one point, a cook fell into the fire. Heart halted in the middle of stirring. Half burned, he was dragged from the flames. The steward made burial arrangements. They cleaned the kitchen. 3 days later, a new cook showed up. life goes on. The servants are aware that their position is never assured. Just one mistake or bad day can become a source of shame. That chalk, not ink, is used to write their names. Thus, they exercise caution. They talk quietly. They use both hands to carry trays. Each spoon is polished twice. When you speak to them, they nod. Their heads remain lowered. However, sometimes vigilance alone is insufficient. A girl is charged with lace theft. She didn't. It was planted by the steward's niece. The girl begs, sobs. The woman shrugs while listening. The girl is let go. Nobody stops her. The niece of the steward smiles. The cook notices. He doesn't ever speak. However, 2 weeks later, she discovers that her shoes are gone, that her responsibilities have increased, and that her name has inexplicably disappeared from the ledger. She grumbles. The steward remains silent. The cook, however, grins. When justice is served, it is silent. Disgrace is silent too. It comes like mist. You are one of them one morning and not the next, and nobody ever tells you why. In a noble medieval home, the end of the day did not come like a curtain closing. It does not come in all at once with a lot of fanfare or thunder. Instead, it comes like nightfall creeping in through a gap in the shutters. Silently, slowly, and completely anticipated. The servants start the last rituals of the day after hours of bending, polishing, scraping, and serving, and the wonderful manner slows but does not stop. Closure, not relaxation, there is no such thing in service. It's a different kind of work, the long night. Dinner is over. The huge hall, which was once filled with the sound of trenches and knife scrapes, is now quiet. The visitors have gone back to their rooms. The aristocrats' words drift like smoke as they sit in the solar, groggy after the meat and alcohol. The last pots are being cleaned in the kitchens. Sand and ash, scrubbed clean by burned hands and old rags, rather than soap, which is too valuable. As she scrapes crusted fat from the bottom of a spit pan, the scullery maker mutters under her breath, her arms hurting at the shoulder. She has been moving since the break of dawn. Her knees have the feel of a much older woman's. The cook is giving his last orders for the following day over the stone floor. Eyes half closed, tankard in hand, he remained seated. He gives names to things like a liturgical recitation by a priest. Goose, barley, marrow bones, oats, fat, and garlic. Every word is an order. If you forget any of these, there will be penalties. In an attempt to save the list from falling into the fire, one of the undercooks scratches it onto a wax tablet. When his hands are more steady in the morning, he will rework it. Instead of being extinguished, the fire is banked. In order to prevent the cook from starting from scratch in the morning, it should never be required to smolder during the night. An extinguished fire is more than just a nuisance. It is a black mark, a confession of indolence. Now down to smoldering embers and the occasional pop of pitch from an old log, the hearth breathes softly. The staff start the day's final goodbyes in various rooms and nooks across the manor. With skillful hands, the chambermaid smooths the fresh linen that has been laid out at the foot of the Lord's bed. She puts a sprig of mint on the pillow to cover up the sour air, not for aesthetic reasons. The nobleman hardly ever takes a bath. The bed must smell clean, but few do. The latch on the wooden chest next to the bed is checked by the chamberlain of the Lord. It includes a worn prayer book, the man's belt, jewelry, and a dagger he carries for comfort. The chamberlain keeps the dagger away from him. He just makes sure it's in the proper location. The lady's maid is folding her mistress's dresses into the carved oak coffer that contains her more expensive belongings down the hall. Every fold is accurate. On top, the veil is placed. After counting, the hairpins are put back in their tiny pouch. Once or twice, a misplaced pin can be written off as clumsiness or sloth. It's stealing 3 times. The woman is partly thinking and slowly stroking her hair. She doesn't talk. she is not prompted by the maid. The woman will eventually extend the brush silently. After taking it, the maid will unlace her robe, tie back her mistress's hair, and assist her in putting on her linen night shift. In order to prevent the lady's feet from being cold when she gets into bed, she will then put a cloth-wrapped, heated stone underneath the blankets. The maid withdraws to the mat she keeps by the door after completing the private ritual, which is performed every night and is made sacred by repetition. There, she will listen while she sleeps soundly. It's not yet silent in the servants' quarters. Not totally. The majority are located underneath the manor or above the stables, in chambers with stone walls and a single window that is too narrow to fit through. It's freezing outside. It has a dusty, woolly, and occasionally regretful fragrance. Men and women may sleep in different chambers, while a dozen servants may share a room. Privacy is a luxury. Quiet, there is an option. Some collapse after removing their boots. Others murmur in the shadows. Weary voices, low and dry. Not rumors. Energy isn't available for it right now. They only had time to think before falling asleep. In an attempt to repair her one and only tunic before the fabric completely collapses, a girl counts out the threads she has left. A child uses a crooked needle and a curse to try to extract a splinter from his palm. Another writes a letter by candlelight, but he stutters when he reads it out loud. Pulling the blanket over her shoulder, the oldest servant in the room, wearing a grass dress, hums a song no one knows and has crooked fingers and one eye slightly awry. It's not for them. It's for the place's rhythm. The music wrapped around the hum of work. Some staff on the higher levels are required to stay awake. Using a cudgel and a little lantern, the night watchman patrols the area. He checks the gates, taps the doorposts, and strolls around the perimeter. Every now and again he points to a steady hand, caring for a shaky horse. There's hardly much to be afraid of. It's customary for the majority of threats to originate from within rather than outside. Additionally, tradition must be adhered to, just like everything else in the manor. The chaplain reads by firelight while seated in his chamber. On a piece of vellum, he is copying a psalm. His ink is running low, and his Latin is poor. He might not complete it. It doesn't bother him. Additionally, the steward remains up later than most. To his leisure, he adds the totals for the day. The laundry was given 2 bolts of linen. In transportation, 1 bottle of oil went bad. In the vast hall, 3 candles were burning to the wick. The maid who spilt the broth is noted. The kitchen boy who put in extra hours is marked by him. These particulars are important. They make up the house's framework. He puts down the pen, massages his forehead, and takes a sip from the ale he started 3 hours ago. He locks the ledger after that. The key he puts under his pillow. He sleeps too. The manor is still at this point. The only sounds were the quiet breath of individuals, too exhausted to talk, the creak of beams adjusting to the cold, the gradual hiss of embers in the kitchen, and, beneath it all, a stream of acquiescence. No huge drama, no revolt, no rebellion here. Instead of using whips or chains, the house maintains discipline via duty, custom, and rhythm. A servant wakes up, works, eats, and sleeps because they have no other choice. Not because someone yells at them. The day must come to an end, because it always has. Night falls. A life molded by pattern rather than by choice. But memory exists even in the shadows. Reminiscent of her brother's visit to the village years ago, a kitchen maid gazes at the ceiling. He had gone to the Earl's defense. His boots were twice as nice as hers. She was unfamiliar to him. Horses are a stable boy's dream. They talk to him in his nightmares. A page wakes up cold, with straw in his hair after dreaming about becoming a knight. Some people don't even dream. Awaiting the bell, the footsteps above, the scrape of iron on the kitchen grate, the return of light, and another day of folding, cleaning, bowing, fetching, and remembering their position, they lie motionless, folded in on themselves like fabric put back into a chest. The night only asks that they be prepared once more, nothing more, before the gentry wakes up to light the fires, before the first knock on the door to empty the chamber pots, to position the bowl and pitcher next to the bed, press the seam, lace the boot, and polish the spoon. Must complete everything just as you did yesterday, but with improved quality. In this way, the mana endures, via those who toil in silence behind the tapestries and under the floorboards, not via lords and ladies. People who end each day with aching hands and folded blankets, rather than with cheers, and then get back up the next day as though nothing ever hurt. Good morning. You're conscious, not because you've slept well enough. Avoid being absurd. However, the stone floor you were sleeping on has managed to extract the remaining heat from your body. The cook also twice trod on you. Being the lowest-ranking life form in a medieval castle is exactly how your day starts. Greetings from the exciting world of scullery maid work. Unless there is someone who needs things cleaned or someone else to blame, you go mostly unrecognized, unpaid, and unwashed. Since the fireplace is the only source of warmth in the kitchen, you sleep next to it. We also mean slightly less cold than outside when we say warm. A straw-filled Hessian sack that has seen better days serves as your bedding. It has the scent of wet wood, burning fat, and dashed hopes. Your one piece of clothes, your shift, is made of coarse, undyed wool that serves as both your uniform and pajamas. Perhaps twice this year, perhaps once, and perhaps never. It appears that you rise before God, the sun, and the roosters. Why? Because you are in charge of everything that must be done before the nobility awake, including cleaning, water, fire, and bread. Not quite yours alone. The other girls, however, are skilled at hiding when labor is assigned. Let's face it. You still don't know that trick. Or perhaps you simply weren't slick enough from birth. The half has passed away. Overnight, the embers have cooled. That's not good. Without fire, a scullery would be like a knight without armor. Mostly pitiful, but still hazardous. Your shoes dissolved last spring and were recycled into door insulation, so you shuffle barefoot outside into the dark courtyard. Wet and ragged are the flagstones. Your hands are too numb to feel splinters when you gather firewood. You go back inside, huddle up by the fireplace, and start to stoke the fire with wet wood and irate thoughts. You keep your fingertips above the fire until they no longer resemble corpse fingers as the fire finally crackles to life. Water is your next assignment, and you're ready for it. There are no plumbing facilities in the castle. You have it. From the well, you carry wooden buckets, heavy and sloshing, gallons and gallons of water poised on a yoke across your tiny shoulders. It requires several journeys. Your arms are burning. You haven't even arrived at breakfast yet. Your legs are wobbling like boiling barley, and your back is screaming. You are on your fourth trip to the toilet by the time the kitchen crew begins to arrive, yawning, stretching, and scratching. You are not appreciated. Nobody even looks at each other. You are legs on furniture. That's all. Like a thunderclap, the cook crashes in with a terrible attitude. She is already perspiring, giving commands, and brandishing a wooden spoon that has been converted into a disciplinary tool. When she exclaims that the stew pot is still crusty, you should resume your cleaning. Until your knuckles bleed, you clean pots. Of course, no soap. That's for sinners and the wealthy. You lie and use sand and ashes. The lye burns if someone remembers to make it. In its own rough manner, the ash does the same. Your right hand has something between a chemical burn and a callus. It's worse on the left. Disguised as a workstation, the scullery is actually a room of punishment. No ventilation is present. Soot has permanently blocked the one window. The scent of overcooked pork permeates everything, and something else you'd rather not name. The majority of your day is spent bent over basins, using a ladle to smack rodents off the table and scrape oil from put trenches. Let's discuss rats. This place is run by them. This is where you simply work. It is now mid-morning. You haven't eaten. Your apron has a concealed, dry as chalk heel of bread. Trying not to seem bad, you chew on it behind the doorway. You don't succeed. After being spotted and reported by a kitchen maid, you are now put on latrine pot duty for the remainder of the week. Well done. Onion duty, which is really a fancy way of saying cry professionally for 2 hours, is what you eventually get promoted to. Your face turns into a waterfall when you slice onions. Nobody inquires about your well-being. From your place in life, everyone thinks you're just crying. The nobles eat their first meal of the day at around noon. You carry in dishes, you follow instructions exactly, and you never look someone in the eye. Reminding nobles that servants have faces, eyes, and thoughts irritates them. You are never asked to pour even when you hold a photo for an entire hour. Your arms become numb. That's typical. You wash again after the meal. Gravy has now slickened the same trenches. Chewed grapes, half-eaten pies, bones thrown haphazardly beneath the table, and what might have been a fish. All of it is scraped into the slot bucket. Although scraps are forbidden, you might steal one. Just enough to remain upright, just the crust, just the edge, just once. Evening bleeds into afternoon. You transport more water, more roots are peeled. You mop the floor, you sweep the corridor. The dog's vomiting in the solar is attributed to you, despite the fact that you've never even seen the sun. Not important. Spiritually, you were present. Dinner preparation starts as the sun sets. Now it's louder, warmer. It is scorching at the hearth. The rafters were filled with smoke. A pot is dropped. The cook lets out a scream. A fire almost breaks out. You use your apron to slap it out and continue on. You can resume your meal, this time from a bowl that 5 girls shared. Most of the stew is liquid. A floating root, a barley grain, and an odd piece that could be a squirrel. Not important. You consume it. It's food. The nobles are finally served dinner. Once more, you stand close by. A supporting actor in someone else's pageant. You have wet feet. You have a locked back. Other than saying yes, cook, you haven't talked in hours. I'm sorry, cook. Or cook, whether you know what happened or not, it won't happen again. Dishes once again as night falls. Scrubbing more. Like medieval cement, the bones adhered to the pan. Your hands are shaking now, but it's from fatigue, not the cold. A grunt is used to dismiss you. You scuttle back to your sack beside the fireplace. The fire has cooled to embers that glimmer. For warmth, you put your face against the stone. You still have wet tunic. You have an odor of exhaustion, onions, and smoke. Beside you, someone is already asleep. Another person is sobbing quietly. You don't inquire as to who. You'd rather not find out. For a few period, you lie there contemplating what happened before this, neither asleep nor fully awake. This is not the life you choose. Nobody wants to work as a scullery maid. You were born into it. Before her back gave out, your mother worked in the dairy. Up until she contracted a river-related fever, your aunt worked as a laundry worker. It's your time now. You belong to the vast medieval lineage. Like a ladle, suffering was passed down. No way up. You don't learn how to cook. The steward does not marry you. No one promotes you to lady's maid and teaches you to sew by candlelight. It's fiction. You get older. Your hands deteriorate. They replace you with someone younger, less expensive, and less likely to fall asleep standing up because you're too slow to clean the pots over time. You therefore pay attention to the small details, the cadence of the kitchen, the changing relationships among the servants, and the unwritten survival rules. Don't correct the cook. The girl who is bleeding should always get the driest portion of the bread. Avoid getting in the path of the steward. Move right away if you hear noble footsteps behind you, or else you run the risk of being physically or socially trampled. There is, of course, gossip. The servant's sole source of money. There are rumors that the chamberlain and the lady-in-waiting are having an affair. He's in love with the choir boy, according to someone else. The red-bearded knight was observed vomiting into his own helmet after consuming 5 figs. That one is most likely accurate. Chaos reigns when there is a feast or a wedding. 10 times as much work, 3 times as many guests, and no time for anything but hurried cleaning and quiet prayer. The aristocrats rejoice. You get blisters. You're not even exhausted at the end of those evenings. You're not real. Then comes the worst of it. Winter. You cure yourself of your own fever and cough. You spend weeks wearing the same shift, piled with leftovers. On some days, you can't return to the kitchen before the water in your bucket freezes. Since someone else will take your place if you stop, you continue. Additionally, you've been taught that, particularly for females like you, suffering without complaining is a virtue. You had a name once. It used to be said. You're only a girl now, and you might be there. You're not unique. You're not a hero. You are but another unseen cog in the castle's gearbox. Nevertheless, you are the reason the castle functions, since you rise earlier than the sun. Because you know how to use goose grease to make a squeaky hinge go away. Because you can recall which bucket contains the mop water and which is clean. As a result of cleaning the pans till they are as shiny as coins, you will never handle. You will never have a statue sculpted for you. There were no songs sung. The kitchen, meanwhile, would collapse within a week if you vanished tomorrow. You have trouble sleeping. You squirm. You hurt. Your dreams are weird and incomplete. There are moments when it's nothing at all. Other times when it's green meadows with boats sailing away. Your arms are heavy and your mouth is dry when you wake up. A new day starts. Another day just like the last, with perhaps Lord Crumbs being the only one who notices. The spit boy is you, sending condolences or congratulations. It truly depends on how much you like to gently rotate in front of an open flame while thinking about the decisions you want to make in life. You're between 8 and 12 years old. You're old enough to stop crying every time you burn yourself, but still small enough to get under the hearth. Either your parents persuaded you that this was an opportunity, or you were sold, orphaned, or both. Until someone tells you otherwise, your job is to sit on a stool, if you're lucky enough to have one, next to the huge kitchen hearth and turn the spit slowly, typically clockwise, throughout the day. You may occasionally be advised to halt. People often tell you that you're turning too quickly or too slowly, or that you weren't turning it with enough honorable dignity. You were once accused of being cheeky for blinking too much. The temperature is high. Living inside a half-baked loaf of bread is the sensation of being unnaturally hot. Your cheeks are red all the time. You always have wet hair, the hem of your tunic is singed, and it smells like every kind of meat that has ever come into this kitchen. The fragrance of roasted duck used to appeal to you. You have migraines from it now. Burns everywhere, blisters all the time. There is no pity in the kitchen. All you need to do is improve your dodging skills. Cover your palm with a cloth if it gets blistered. Grow new eyebrows if your old ones fall off. Try to land somewhere that won't spill anything if you faint. There are no breaks for you. No matter how exhausted your arms are, the meat doesn't care. If you're sweating so much that it's getting into your eyes, the fire doesn't care. The aristocrats anticipate that their roast goose will spin at the proper angle and speed. Alternatively, depending on how inebriated the steward is, heads will roll both literally and figuratively. The spit lengthens on particular feast days. Larger birds, entire pigs, and once a full deer. To turn it, 2 of you were required. Your companion was cruel and had a lazy eye. At various times he would release the crank to see your panic. It's been a long time since you saw him. He has reportedly been moved to the kennels. You hope he's getting fair treatment from the dogs. You spend hours sitting in the same spot. Your knees get numb. Your back becomes tense. Your foot once fell asleep so forcefully that you believed you were lame. The steward hurled a turnip at your head and called you theatrical. The kitchen is in disarray, people dashing into each other with jugs of wine and trays of oysters, shouting, boiling, and clanging. The storm's eye is on you. No one gives you credit. You are forgotten. However, the boy who rotated the roast will be held accountable if it turns out unevenly. You assist in removing the meat off the spit when it is ultimately deemed done. With caution. The fat sizzles. Grease seeps out. You will receive a reprimand if you flinch. You are slapped if you hesitate. Next up is the next roast, or the stew, or the pies, or the cauldron that boils and stinks like sadness and sour onions. You're never really sure what time it is. It's hunger and firelight all your life. Occasionally, if you're lucky, someone will literally, not metaphorically, throw you a bone. Just enough flesh on a half-gnawed bone to make it look like you had lunch. Your hands are slumped like a small animal as you devour it in the corner, and resume turning after that. Your lips are dry and cracked by late afternoon, and your cheeks are red from the fire. Soot has turned your hands black. You cough like someone 4 times your age because you've breathed in so much smoke. You continue to rotate. In the hall above, you can hear the clattering of plates and the laughter of nobility. Never will you go there. You're not permitted. There are plenty of comfy chairs and white bread in that spotless, light-filled area. They don't have to because of you. The banquet eventually comes to an end. That does not imply that you are finished. You now have the opportunity to assist in moving trays of partially consumed meat back to the kitchen. It's not yours to eat. It's with you. After rinsing goblets and scraping bones into a slot bucket, you move the roasting spit into the scullery to clean it. It weighs a much. Your shoulder hurts. You act as though the blister beneath your palm doesn't exist. The Lord wants a roast made for his dogs, someone yells. You have to begin the process anew. Tonight, the dogs will eat better than you, once more. Now it's late. Your skin is adhered to your tunic. Your hair is greasy and stiff. You have trembling hands, and not only from exhaustion, but also from hunger. At last, a dish of pottage is brought to you. It's thin, consisting of a few tender turnips and boiled corn. Down in the corner, you gulp it. You don't converse with anyone. Nothing can be said. Everyone is too exhausted to act like human. You clean the spit, the hooks, the dull knives, and the instruments. Before the steward's rounds, everything needs to be immaculate. If you're lucky, you'll be using your own saliva to brush away any fat smears he finds. If not, the following day you will be on floor duty in the Lord's privy. Like smoke, night descends. There is silence in the kitchen. The final pots fall into position. At last, the cook stops shouting. Too wired to sleep, too sore to lie down, you sit by the dwindling fire. A rat scuttles by. You don't wince. You're too exhausted to give a damn. You reflect on your life prior to the castle. Perhaps you were a shepherd's son, or your folks were mill owners. Perhaps they still do. Perhaps they overlooked you. Perhaps they were simply desperate. One less mouth to feed. There is no way out of this situation. You can only pray that your back doesn't twist too soon and that your burns heal adequately. If you're fortunate, you might become an assistant cook by the time you're 20. If you make it that far, winter is very harsh. The draft still slashes through the huge castle walls like a blade. It should be a blessing to have your station beside the fireplace. Fire, brightness, and warmth. But it's exposure, not warmth. Your body freezes on one side and burns on the other. Like the meat, you rotate. A human kebab made of frostbite and exhaustion. You're not wearing appropriate footwear. You attempt to avoid standing in puddles and cover your feet with scraps. Your knees pop like rusty door hinges as you move. You question whether you'll ever get out of your crouched position. Sometimes you can't tell if you're holding the spit or it's holding you because your fingers are so rigid from the cold and burns. You don't have your health either. You've made your cough a part of who you are. Heat rash causes your skin to peel, and cold air causes it to crack. People avoid you because of your persistent, delicious-sounding smell of burned fat. Your forearm looks like overcooked pork since you've burned it so many times. Nobody provides a solution. It's a nobleman's apothecary. You're instructed to keep spinning and rub it with pig lard. In the kitchen, there is a rigid hierarchy. The boy who gets eggs, the butcher's assistant, and the kitchen maids are all under you. The lowest is you. You are not even as high as the dog begging for bones. It gets scraps, at least. The steward may occasionally give you a nod. Your week's high point is that. Though not frequently, you occasionally ponder what your life may be like if you were to leave. Then you recall that spit boys never go. They either don't grow up at all or become other types of servants. By the half, you're back in your spot, arms embracing your knees, legs folded. Your skin still burns where the blisters from yesterday broke open, even if the flames are less intense now. Imagine what it would be like to be warm without experiencing any pain as you gaze into the fire. You're not sure. You have never experienced that. It's snowing outside. Meat is sizzling inside, and between them, disregarded and forgotten. You continue to turn as usual. Every town or castle needs someone to handle the human garbage, don't you? You are that. The genteel medieval term gong farmer means professional human filth remover. You remove it if it enters the chamber pot. You take it out again if it ends up in the latrine. Scratching the actual cesspit of civilization, you are the lowest of the lowest. In some ways, it's a legitimate employment that pays more than others. But before you get too enthusiastic, keep in mind that since no one else wanted to do it, the pay was higher. Your shift begins at night because no one wants to see or smell you during the day, not because you're nocturnal. Public marketplaces are off limits until you take a bath. Bathing doesn't help. It doesn't get rid of the stench. Now it's in your pores. People cross the street and act as though they didn't notice you because of you. A shovel, a bucket, a rake, and your tools. The smell is blocked by your uniform, thick wool layers filled with moss, and everything else you can find. It is ineffective. Somehow, the odor gets there. It always does. Your work is easy. Visit the cesspits before it overflows onto the streets. Dig up the compacted, fermented, semi-liquid remnants of everything the town or castle has flushed into the ground over the past 6 months. You descend into the abyss. Indeed, down. A ladder is not required. If you're lucky, rope. It smells like sewage and fermenting sadness dripping from a brick wall. It coats your tongue, burns your eyes, and leaves you wondering what decisions you made in life brought you to this point. It doesn't help that you breathe via your mouth. You can taste it now. Boots squelching on the damp slope of decaying garbage, you descend slowly. In some spots, the pit is knee-deep, and in others, ankle-deep, and limitless in the mind. You go through everything. The nightmares reside in the older layers, although the new stuff is terrible. Black crusts, gray muck, and slippery masses that move and burble as though they're considering becoming sensual. You don't pose inquiries, you dig. What are you searching through too? Of course, human feces, animal excrement, broken chamber pots, straw soaked in substances you can't identify, food scraps, textile fragments, and the odd dead rat or other dead object. You still don't know how a chicken got down there after you found it. With some dignity, you buried it. If you're lucky, you may occasionally uncover coins that were dropped by aristocrats who hurriedly used the latrine. You keep them in your pocket. You deserve it. You haul out your bucket once it's full. It is thrown into your cart, a wooden box on wheels that is open and cacks as if it's angry with you. This technique is repeated a dozen times. More if there was a recent feast at the castle. And because the people in charge don't want to see the price of their comfort, you always do it at night under a torch. You don't talk while working. In a cesspit, nobody speaks. You push your cart through the silent streets after filling it with what medieval chronicles politely refer to as night soil. Tracks are left by the wheels. Behind you, the air wilts. They murmur a prayer or gag if they see you. You were once thrown a cabbage by a child. Something was thrown back by you. You don't take pride in it. You go to the dumping sites, which are typically located close to the fields, outside the town boundaries because, guess what? Waste is recycled. All of the dirt you gather is turned into fertilizer. Unbeknownst to them, the same nobility who refuse to look you in the eye are consuming veggies that were cultivated in their own gardens. That is referred to as medieval recycling. You've finished dumping by early dawn, but you haven't finished working. You go back and rinse your tools in a half-ruined pond in order to clean them. You wash your hands, clothes, and boots. It's not helpful. The stench persists. The shift you worked is always visible to your neighbors. At meals, some will not sit next to you. Some refuse to even sit at the same table. You make an effort to ignore it. It's important, honest work, you tell yourself. Within a week, the whole castle would be covered with filth if you stopped coming. You are what keeps society from sinking into an abyss, but you are not a hero. Most days, you dine by yourself. Your bread has an ashy taste, just because everything smells like ash, not because it's burned. And now worse. You drink ale because the water is unsafe and because, to be honest, it's a form of masochism to be sober around your own profession. The toughest season is winter. The waste freezes not because it's cold, even though it is, but because everything freezes. Your hands go cold. Steam is created by your breath, followed by sorrow. To get to the warm, steaming horror below, you must use a shovel to cut through frozen crusts. You won't ever see something warm and be angry about it again. It's not better in summer. Everything is baked in the summer. There is an airy stink. There are a lot of flies. For reasons you don't know, wasps appear. Your perspiration seeps through your shoes. You've made every effort to cover up the odor. You can use crushed herbs, vinegar, or even mint leaves to rub yourself. It only adds a floral scent to the smell. Behind your back, people make jokes about you. It's awful to smell like a gong farmer. Some people think you're not very intelligent. You're not. You know how to use one leg to steady a ladder and the other to carry 40 pounds of trash up a rope. After it has rained, you are aware of which side of the pit is safer to stand on. When you drop certain torch oils into methane pockets, they don't blow up. It's science or something. The worst part is still to come. You earn more than the majority of servants. Yes. One of the few jobs in the Middle Ages that paid well was this one. Not in an opulent manner. Even if you still live in a one-room hut on the outskirts of town, you are better than a baker's lad or a cook's assistant, since no one else ever wants to do what you do. Instead of crawling through what you go through, they would prefer to starve. That is your pay, your curse, and your leverage. You're done by the end of the night. You return to the yard with your empty cart. Your shovel rests against the wall. You choose to sit on a log because it's there, not because it's clean. When the stench becomes unbearable, you sleep outside. If you have a wife, she is adamant. Your children claim that you smell like sin and boiling cabbage. It's impossible to argue. They're correct. The smell persists even when you close your eyes. It never goes away. Even in your dreams, you can smell it. Your hands no longer resemble hands. There are always cracks in the skin. The dirt turned the fingernails black. The calluses remain no matter how long you soak them. You've given up on cleaning them up. Your dignity is worth more than the soap. In the past, you could smell firewood, grass, and flowers. No more. You have a broken nose, spiritually, not physically. Rot is now the only smell you can detect. You would assume that the apples had gone off if a wagon of them rolled by you. They've rewired you. The castle guards will occasionally make fun of you. They giggle as if it's the first time they've heard phrases like, "Don't fall in." You pretend it's hilarious and grin nicely. For a laugh, one of them once pushed you close to the pit's edge. That time, you didn't smile. You don't often dream. considering changing careers to become a baker or perhaps a scribe. However, your hands still smell like they did the night before when you wake up. After washing your face and adjusting your sackcloth tunic, you return to the pit. Because the bucket must be carried by someone, even in dreams. You drag your last bucket, scrape your last shoe, and let out a breath into the morning as the sky grows grey and the roosters start singing. Soon the castle will awake, unaware. Ignorant of what follows, the nobility will empty their bladders into gilded bowls. And you, like the stench you carry, will disappear into the shadows once more. It's your responsibility. That is your responsibility. You have that day. Only the insects remember the gong farmer, the kingdom cleaner who was forgotten by everyone else. You have on shoes. You rate higher than 3/4 of the castle personnel just for that. They squeak when you walk, which is bad, because part of your job is to be silent. They are made of stiff leather that has been curled at the toe. As the chamberlain's apprentice, you must carry ledgers, commit inventories to memory, and act as though you know what protocol and accountability actually mean. Of course, you're not noble. Don't think about it. Though you have access, you are still a servant. You go inside rooms that people exclusively clean. Most peasants couldn't spell what you see. While the countess yells that her linens smell like goat, you get parchment, write numbers, and remain composed. You start your day before the Lord rises. You awaken in the servants' hall by the excellent fire, the one that's not used to heat piss buckets or cook rats. You use your own sleeve to wipe your tunic, comb your hair with your fingers, and splash water on your face. Presentation is important. Candles are the first task. As you move down the lengthy corridors, you swap out the stubs with new tallow tapers. Only the church and the big hall should use beeswax. The inexpensive item that has a slight sheep odor is what everyone else gets. You notice anything out of place as you go from room to room. You should take note of your second employment. You note it down if the salt cellar is low. You look into it if the wine stock is 2 cusps short. You find someone else to take care of the chamber pot in the guest room if it's full. You delegate downward, for example. It's customary. Already, the chamberlain is conscious. He doesn't sleep, of course. He appears to be a slender man with a sharp nose and higher standards as well. He has a subtle scent of dried lavender and ink. He always knows when you've messed up, and his robes are immaculate. He sometimes talks in lists before you get it. 4 barrels of lamp oil, 2 bolts of woolen broadcloth, and a visiting friar with almost heretical dietary requirements. You nod, jot everything down, and hope you don't spill ink once more. He made you redo a whole month's ledger by candlelight the last time you did it, and the steward nibbled pickled herring right into your ear while he watched. You work as a scapegoat, a courier, and a clerk. If the linens disappear, you are at fault. It's your fault if the firewood is wet. You are somehow still at blame when the Lord's hunting dog urinates in the guest stairway. Inspections are scheduled for mid-morning. Like a silent, scribbling ghost, you follow the chamberlain through chambers and hallways. He sniffs rushes, tastes wine, raises bed linens, and taps walls. You record. After nodding, avoid letting out a sigh. You spent the remainder of the day sorting dry peas by size and color once you realized you were drowsy. With the possible exception of the cook's dog, who at least gets to bark without repercussions, you are not envious of anyone in this castle. It's not a break at lunch. The logistics are a nightmare. To ensure that no one unintentionally starts a blood feud over pigeon pie again, keep track of who eats what, when, and where, as well as who sits 2 seats away from whom. You provide seating charts, proper titles, and polite reminders that since the Lent wine incident, Lady Cressid has stopped talking to Lord Elric. The chamberlain goes over accounting after the lunch. You read aloud each line item while seated across from him in the sun. Mead, soap, grain, wool, fish, salt, horseshoes, ink, and wax. The list goes on and on. Sometimes he asks you how many loaves you can cut from a stone of flour. or how much a cusk weighs. He raises one eyebrow if you hesitate. You would prefer to be smacked. The guests then arrive, including a knight on the run, aristocrats from another estate, and a distant relative who somehow manages to get between estates. They come with dietary requirements, egos, and trunks. You lead them to their rooms and meticulously record the linens they are given, not because you'll be appreciated, but because someone will undoubtedly point the finger at you if they disappear. Additionally, you are in charge of the castle's keys, or, more precisely, their retrieval. The wine cellar key, the armory key, and the wardrobe key upstairs that doesn't fit anywhere but is still crucial. You touch them instinctively, like prayer beads, and keep them in a pouch fastened securely to your belt. Losing them could result in a scandal that ends your career, a beating, banishment, or worse. Latrine duty that is permanent. The lists have shifted to logistics at the end of the afternoon. There is a delayed shipment of salted herring. One of the velvet bolts is missing. A priest is dozing off on the chapel floor after consuming too much alcohol. There is no more vinegar in the kitchen. More hay is needed for the stables. The steward is not without opinions. In the chamberlain's hand, you create a courteous reply after listening and nodding. You write love notes occasionally. Indeed, it is. An aristocratic woman insists on correspondence exclusively. Behind a curtain, she feeds her lapdog cream-hoaked strawberries while dictating them to you. Every time a knight opens one, he blushes like a baker's oven, so you write what she says, cut out the crazy, and present the waxed gibberish to him. Candles once more as evening draws near. Using a snuffer and a taper, you relight what has gone out as you move through the hallways, removing anything that has burned too low. It's quieter in the halls now. You are in the middle. The servants breathe, the nobility drink. Both worlds require it, but neither invites it. You make sure that nobody has died, spilt wine, or eloped without the required paperwork. Straighten the drapes, fluff the rushes, and check on the guest rooms once more. Your fingers are now discolored with ink and wax. Your head is pounding, and your feet suffer. You won't eat until the chamberlain finishes his dinner and sends you away, even though you haven't eaten since the morning. He forgets sometimes. You spend an hour sitting outside his chamber as he tells a bored page boy who most likely aspires to be a knight stories from his early years. Your stomach collapses and your chin rests on your palm as you fall asleep. The door finally opens. The flick of 2 fingers dismisses you. You thank him, bow, and slip back into the servants' quarters. Your bunk is too small. The fire has been extinguished. Your blanket has been stolen once more. Still just partially clothed, you lie down and gaze at the ceiling. You wonder whether this is the scent of power. Sweat, lavender, ink, and tallow. You thought it would be thrilling to work close to the aristocrats, that secrets would be told to you. Find out how power functions. The secrets have been told to you. Okay. Hemorrhoids, stolen pastries, and who thinks whom are the most annoying topics. Power simply means more regulations and more opportunities for failure. You're developing discipline, according to the chamberlain. You're learning about fatigue. You're learning how to simultaneously be unnoticed, essential, and unnoticed. You've mastered being present and silent, yet you're forgettable. The topic of promotion comes up. Perhaps you will eventually work as the steward's assistant or sell her books. Until your back gives out or your eyes become damaged from reading numbers by candlelight, it's possible that you'll continue doing this. There is a gradual decline, but no pension. Even so, you continue to show up because your labor makes the chaos cohesive. Because without you, the castle cannot function. Because someone has to ensure that the salt supply corresponds with the winter ration schedule. Additionally, someone will notice if you don't. You fall asleep, mentally counting barrels. In inventory, you dream. When the first bell rings, you awaken. It's still dark. Stretching your sore legs and adjusting your squeaky shoes, you get to your feet. Time to light the candles anew and start over. You are hardly tolerated by the other servants. One of them is not you. No more. Your clothing are cleaner. You utilize terms like inventory and allocation. However, you're also not a noble. Even when you light their hearths and refill their inkwells, they forget your name. You are a living reminder that authority comes gradually and accountability comes in waves. Even so, you continue to turn up since that's what keeps the castle intact. And just like today, you'll be held accountable for everything that goes wrong, carry the lists, and count the candles tomorrow. The barn where you begin your day never really sleeps. With hooves clattering softly and stalls packed with straw and the occasional rodent, the horses stir before the sun rises, snorting clouds of steam into the freezing air. The stable boy is you. You shovel, brush, and haul, and you get kicked a lot, but you primarily apologize to animals that are more elegant and nutrient-dense than you. If you can call it sleep, you sleep in the hoft above the main stable. The horses underneath are constantly shifting, and the floorboards are thin. Everything is audible to you, including hoof stomping and tail swishing. The distinct sound of a huge object urinating near your pillow. Before daybreak, your palms are already cracked. You descend the ladder wearing the same hard boots and a sour-smelling shirt. It's like God slapping you with the cold. One by one, you begin mucking out the stables. Pitch, shovel, shovel. Once more, it's not glitzy. It's simply intolerable. However, it must be completed prior to the arrival of the horsemaster. Otherwise, you'll be lectured about discipline and have a split lip all morning. You work quickly, but not too quickly. Too much speed frightens the horses. Furthermore, frightened horses are worse than irate aristocrats. They smash, rear, and bite. You've already suffered 2 broken fingers and once suffered a hoof to the ribs that caused a week-long bloody cough. You still adore the animals, though. They are truthful. They don't shout. They aren't acting superior to you. In some ways, the stable smells worse and better than anything within the castle. Hay, excrement, sweat, and horse. You no longer find it bothersome. You no longer have the same sense of smell as other people. You may distinguish between a horse with colic and one in good health by their aroma. A horse's breathing alone can reveal when it is anxious. Most individuals don't understand these animals. You retrieve feed once the stalls have been emptied. Hay bales and heavy sacks of oats were piled high in the loft. Careful not to twist your back like you did last winter. You lower them one by one. Before hurling a bridle at your head, the master remarked, "He's faking it." You were on the verge of fainting. It takes a precise dance to feed. There are avaricious horses. Some people are timid. If you grab for them at the wrong time, some will bite your hand. You can prove that with your scars. To keep them quiet, you examine their hooves, pat their necks, and make up nonsense. Your voice is familiar to them. They have more faith in you than the majority of nobles ever will. The mid-morning is for grooming. You untangle manes, clean hooves, brush, and curry. You scoop more feces than you want to keep track of, wipe noses and pick burrs. You shine the tack until it shines if the Lord is riding. It's because the horsemaster will notice, not because he will. Additionally, your hide, not the leather, gets tanned if something goes wrong. Dogs are occasionally brought into the stable by the nobility. Hunting dogs are squeaky, noisy creatures with more blood than brain. You also tidy up after them. Nobody ever expresses gratitude. Everything changes when the Lord, who always makes last-minute decisions, chooses to ride. The stable becomes a tornado. His best geling, the one who dislikes being touched, is saddled. You make 3 checks on the straps. You use a cloth to wipe the bit. You ensure that the stirrups are just the way he wants them. Naturally, it's too short because style is always more important than utility. Then, when he rises, you stand silently and undetectable. It's your fault if the horse fidgets. It's your fault if he gets lost in the mud. It's most likely still your fault if he falls and breaks a nail. For weeks, you'll hear about it. Meanwhile, you stack more hay, sweep the yard, and get fresh water. Your skin retains the odor of sweat and leather. Your shoulders hurt, your arms hurt. You've bled in inappropriate places and ripped muscles you didn't know existed. Sometimes you get a break, but it's hardly a relaxing one. Sitting on a stool, you drink warm ale from a tin cup while gazing at the dust motes that float in the atmosphere like weary ghosts. You don't speak. The clenching of your jaw causes pain. The horses still need to be brushed, even though your body aches from just being alive. It's worse in the winter. Even with gloves on, your fingers become numb. The troughs become frozen. The horse's breath resembles dragon smoke as it steams in the cold. To bring them a drink, you use a hammer to break the ice. There are moments when you question whether anyone in the castle is aware that the stable is uninsulated. You're a walking blister in the summer. Sweat permeates your shirt, your psyche, and your tunic. Evening arrives with flies, clouds of them. Buzzing like little curses, they congregate in the stable's corners. As you cleaned out the last stalls, you grudgingly swap them out. 3 times today, one of the elder mares has soiled her bedding. She feels anxious. There will be bad weather soon. You feel it in your joints, the way the air moves. Even before the sky gets dark, you know. Once more, you sweep. Once more, you rake. Using an old brush that has lost its bristles 2 years ago and a fistful of straw, you scrub the troughs. Nobody takes its place. You are the only one who notices. He is given a last check by the horsemaster. When he is happy, he grunts. If he isn't, he shouts. You've mastered the art of gauging your day by the distance between your face and his voice. From the feed room, you steal a few of carrots. One for the non-biting grey mare. The chestnut who only bites strangers deserves one. Their velvety noses nuzzle your hand. It's as close as you can come to affection. You ascend the ladder to the hoft once more as the sun sets. Rags and straw make up your bed. It has a saddle oil and mildew odor. In your clothes, you lie down. There's no use taking off your clothes. It will only take 5 hours for you to put everything back on. You hear the horse's respiration. You hear the wooden slats being pressed by the wind. In your fantasies, you count hoofbeats. Once more, you'll be up before daylight. Your name is unknown to everyone at court. Even though you're almost 17, they still call you boy, and you have drawbridge-like back pain. They wrinkle their noses as you walk by in the hallways. You smell like a life they don't want to fathom, not because you're nasty. Some people do, however, nod. You are left with crusts by the kitchen maid. The blacksmith greets you with a grunt. You were once given a silver coin by a knight for calming his stallion before combat. It is still with you. You have no intention of spending it. That proves you are not invisible. You're not a moron. You're aware that you won't succeed. From stable boy to steward, there is no ladder. There's no horse brush that can be used as a sword. Not even a squire, let alone a knight, will be your destiny. However, you are familiar with animals, so that's something. You're able to identify a lame limb before it worsens, soothe the pain, and bandage a wound. You make a subtle difference. What happens to boys who can't handle it is something you've witnessed. One night after being whipped, they depart, break, or vanish. There are no inquiries. You keep your head down and do your job. The stables leak in inclement weather. Hay rots in the summer. The horses are still there, waiting, breathing, and believing, and that's sufficient, even though your breath ices on the rafters in the winter. Most days, but not always. As a result, you close your eyes and listen to the sound of hoofs on straw, wood flowing, and the gentle breath of animals that have never passed judgment on you. It begins anew tomorrow. The horses depend on you as the stable boy. There is no praise, so you don't remain. The horses recognize your voice, so you stay. Because the sound of your boots makes them nicker. Because in a world where penalties, lies, and orders abound, The only place you can be trusted is here. Not for who you are, but for the way you speak and move. The way you listen and that trust, which is uncommon even in a castle. Once more, you wake up with a paw in your mouth. It is the property of a turnspit dog, long-bodied, short-legged, and slightly unpleasant, like a traumatized sausage. His fur was matted with what might have been duck fat and kitchen oil as he lay on your straw bed, snoring softly. You're not bothered. He's cozy. He smells better than the majority of your co-workers, to be honest. As the turnspit dog keeper, you are the unseen, overworked, undernourished link between the medieval animal treadmill and fine dining. That is a thing indeed. The meat cooks, the spit rotates, the dogs run, and someone has to watch out that the dogs don't break, die, or sit down in the middle of roasting. You are that someone. Even before the fire been ignited, your shift starts. You stand up, stretch your back until it feels good, and then you walk in something wet right away. Water, hopefully. Most likely not. The dogs are agitated. They anticipate what will happen. Snipe, the obstinate mutt, is the first one you remove from the pallet. He lightly bites you. You're worthy. He has spent the last 3 days on spit duty. You walk him into the kitchen, rub his ears, and whisper an apology. Already, smoke is rising from the fires. Once more, the cook is shouting about Swan. The turnspit wheel is opened. It has the appearance of a hamster wheel. If hamsters weighed 30 pounds and suffered from trauma related to their jobs. Snipe creeps in. After he leaves, you latch the gate. He sets off on foot. The spit starts to change. Perhaps the roast boar starts to whirl. You watch now. It's your turn. You offer bribes. You plead. The secret is to keep them moving without exerting too much force. The roast will cook unevenly, and the cook will toss hot, sharp, and emotional objects if the dog slows down. If the dog stops altogether, the meat slips, the spit jerks, and you are told you've ruined Christmas for the remainder of the morning. May is the month. 4 dogs are present. They rotate similarly to a cart's wheels. 2 are resting and 2 are on duty. However, none of them get any genuine sleep, while you rub their legs and offer encouragements like you're raising canine gladiators. They simply whimper, twitch, and chew on old bones in the corner. You also clean the wheels. They squeak loud enough to make the cook's temples drop, not because you're told to. Last month, you were given a ladle to the forehead for squealing during a banquet. Occasionally, the Lord himself makes an appearance. He merely gives the meat a hazy nod and praises its earthy flavor without saying anything to you. That's likely some dog hair in your perspiration. You're welcome. Another risk is feeding the dogs. You do it even if they shouldn't be eating, scraps from the noble table. Dry peas aren't exactly performance fuel, and nobody likes to sprint on an empty stomach. So, when no one is watching, you give them gravy-soaked crusts or chunks of goose fat. Until one of them chews your hand off, which nearly occurred last week, they love you for it. Burns happen frequently. You have parchment-like forearms. A furnace is the kitchen. It's a wall of shouting, heat, and smoke, even in the winter. It turns into a divine punishment in the summer. The fire never goes out. Not at all. It smolders even in the dark. Additionally, you sleep close by. Close enough to be helpful, yet far enough away to be forgotten. Your snot comes out black because you've inhaled so much ash. It sounds like a dying bellows coming from your cough. At least the tears are concealed by the constant redness of your eyes. You once believed that dogs were happy, devoted, and amiable. You are more knowledgeable now. These are worker canines that were bred for their unending mechanical endurance rather than for company. They're not looking for love. They're after your bread. Additionally, they will organize a rebellion if you fail to feed them on time. On one occasion, you entered the wheel room to discover 3 of them chewing your shoe while seated in a circle. You learned how to teach them from no one. You just gain knowledge through blood loss, trial, and error. You have a stick close at hand. You dislike utilizing it. Actually, you don't. Sometimes, though, they won't run. There are moments when they dig in their paws and look at you like an animal who understands that it's a joke. You've given them all names. Mors, Button, Swipe. The mean one is Guts. Only when you give him bacon grease does he like you. Otherwise, when he's not on duty, he snaps at your ankles and growls like a rising storm. Do you believe he has the same perspective on the world as you do? Smoky, oily, and exhausted. Look, a spinning puppy. You grinned as a noble child once strolled into the kitchen and pointed to the dog wheel. Then, as if you had exposed her to something offensive, her tutor snatched her away and gave you a scowl. You remained silent. You never do. You eventually noticed that your posture has shifted. Years of hiding under low beams, crouching next to dog pens, and carrying iron spits that are still hot from the fire have left you slumped over. You have burns and calluses on your hands. Rain makes your knees hurt. You're 17. You once had aspirations of becoming a falconer. You imagined wearing leather gloves, training birds, walking through woodlands, and squinting at the sky as if you understood something. The incessant beating of paws in a wheel now drowns out even the sound of birds. You sit near the back door, out of sight, when you do have some alone time. You allow one of the dogs, generally the quieter one, Mored, to curl up with you. The only creature without any demands in the kitchen is her. You lean your head on the side for a minute or two as she simply breathes in a loving and genuine manner. The bell then rings once more. More whirling, more meat. Nobody gives the dog any thanks. You are not appreciated. You use sand and prayer to remove the oil from your arms at night. You cuddle up in straw and listen to the sizzle of fat in the hearth and the languid pant of sleeping dogs. You had a dream about running, just running, nothing else. The wheel continues to turn. The aristocrats occasionally discuss the allure of rural kitchens. They are referring to the furnishings, the roasted swan, and the scent of herbs that they believe originated in the garden rather than from the perspiration of the scullery maid who picked them in the dark while barefoot. They are unaware of your existence. They are unaware of the dog's existence. They consider it charming if they do, something the minstrels may use into their tunes. House Waxford's turning hounds, or something equally unaware. A bard once told you that turned spit hounds like the exercise. Your own laughter almost suffocated you. Working here has taught you a peculiar patience. You don't quarrel, you don't gripe. You simply keep things moving. You polish the wheel, tend to the wounds, feed the dogs, and pray that there isn't any blood at the end of the day. You've witnessed worse. Last year, a boy's hand became entangled in the gearing. He is no longer employed here. It's unclear to you if he passed away or simply became someone else's issue. A tiny fabric purse is concealed behind a beam. It contains a flower-shaped button and some cheese you've been saving, as well as a dog's tooth. On an especially horrible day, Guts lost it. You save it as a reminder that even the most vicious dogs can crack under duress. The shouting, the heat, and the spin have left your ears ringing. Your bones ache. You never have a completely full stomach. However, after a lengthy run, one of the dogs occasionally nuzzles your arm. And you feel seen in that fleeting, odd moment. By something living, not by the kitchen or the castle. And that's sufficient for now. Because even the tiniest act of compassion, a warm side, a steady breath, or a dog that doesn't bite is valuable in this environment. Particularly when the wheel never stops and the fire never goes out. The sound of paws on wood lulls you to sleep, and when you wake up, it sounds like the night itself is gently turning on a spit. It's cold and dark when you wake up, long before daylight. There is no warmth in the castle walls, not for people like you. Your breath fogs the air above your thick blanket, and the coals in the hearth are long dead. With all of your joints stiff from yesterday's work, you sit up. Even though you haven't yet touched water, your hands are already aching. Being theirs entails agony, fire, soap, and water. Silently, you put on a damp wool robe that has a subtle scent of lying, tallow, and smoke. It is covered by the apron, which is stiff and discolored with salt from old perspiration and splatters of boiling linen water. You put your feet in cracked leather shoes, tie a scarf around your hair, and act as though you're already late, even though you're not. You take a basket of the day's laundry through the chilly stone halls of the castle, which is largely asleep. Sweat-yellowed shirts beneath fear-soaked objects, linen napkins smeared with liquor, or worse. Some of these items are the property of nobles, and any mistakes, ripping, discoloration, or shrinkage will be considered personal offenses. You've witnessed girls being ejected over a tablecloth that was burnt. They almost beat you over a missing chemise. You fill 2 wooden buckets at the well in the courtyard. The pump moans. It spills loudly and coldly, the quiet of the morning. Over your shoulders, you carry the buckets balanced on a yoke. With each stride, it penetrates your skin. Beyond the smokehouse, the large copper boiling kettle, blackened over yesterday's ashes, waits in the yard beyond the scullery. With shaky hands and flint, you start the fire underneath. By the time the water begins to steam, your fingers are red with cold, and the air is acrid with smoke. A scoop of lye produced from hardwood ash that you soaked and filtered the previous week is added. The liquid becomes hazy. Using a large wooden paddle, you stir it, being cautious not to let it splatter. You're still recovering from the last time you slipped, and your arms are still burned. You sort the laundry as the lye water heats up. There are piles of fine and coarse linens. The ladies' pants and the lord's shirts are revered for what happens to you if they are returned in imperfection, not for what they are. Woolens remain apart. Wool is not boiled. In one reckless afternoon, you witnessed a complete cloak shrunk to the size of a doll's coat. You start by soaking. To remove the stains and odor, linens are submerged in hot, lilacid water and gently swirled. The scrubbing follows. You kneel at a flat slab of stone close to the well and firmly push a servant's tunic on the rock. Soap is applied to the fabric. Tallow and lye are used to make black soap. It's rough on the fabric and more harsher on your hands. Your knuckles whiten as you scrub it in strokes. The cloth is thick, wet, and unyielding, and the stone is rough. The water rapidly clouds when you dunk it into a barrel to rinse it. You give a small smile. Advancement. The water used for rinsing is chilly, so cold that in a matter of minutes, your fingertips become numb. To keep the blood flowing, you clench your hands and swap hands while working. You occasionally flex your wrists and blow on your fingers, but it hardly makes a difference. You realize that other women, such as the wood carrier and scullery maids, are also cold. It doesn't improve your mood. It simply serves as a reminder that you're not alone. You carry the linens to the creek outside the outer wall once the worst of the filth has been removed. You use a wooden paddle to beat the larger objects, such sheets and tablecloths, in the shallows. You swing, smash, and swing again. Your sleeves are getting splashed with water. Dirt is knocked out with each hit. Your skin becomes soaked by each splash. The mud is so thick that you can hardly feel your knees. A couple of the village's washerwomen follow suit around you. Nobody says anything. Nobody has to. Water, wood, and the occasional sigh are the only sounds. When your shoulders ache from the manual operation of beating, washing, and twisting dry the linens, you hang them from long ropes that are strung between trees or across shrubs. They are sun-dried in the summer. You hang them next to the fireplace in the winter, hoping they won't catch fire. Uncomfortable neighbors are open fires and damp cloth. You check the boil, stir the next batch, tend to the fire once more, and get more water. The repetition causes you to lose sight of time. Scrub, wring, hang, haul, and soak. You are unable to feel your forearms by midday. Your lower back is a knotted rope by the afternoon. However, the woman's veil suddenly becomes clean. Finally, a tough wine stain disappeared. You feel a glimmer of pride as you hold it up, steaming white against the dark sky and smoke. Short. Then you curse when you notice a fray at the hem. Patching it and hoping no one notices will be your only option. You take a moment to sit on an overturned bucket and just breathe when everything is hung and steaming softly in the afternoon wind. You rip a small piece of crust out of your apron pocket. Despite being mostly stale, the hard bread is still edible. The linen dances in the wind while you chew carefully. Then you get back to work, gathering the dry, folding the chilly, crisp shirts, and looking for any stains or residual moisture. You place a cloth between each folded piece of armor as you sort the aristocratic clothing into a different basket. Without making eye contact or bringing attention to yourself, you will give these by hand in a calm manner. You are not visible. You have to remain that way. A scullery maid who smells of fish and onions and tiredness nods at you at the kitchen door. The cook inside yells something about the missing clothes. You pass her a folded bundle of kitchen rags without saying anything. She gives a grunt of gratitude. Before she can recall your name, you depart. The Lord Solar is the last destination. You rap. A servant responds. You use a rehearsed bow to give him the basket. He doesn't express gratitude. He shuts the door. You have raw hands. Your neck hurts. You have a twisted back. However, there is no discoloration. There is nothing lacking. That indicates that today went well. You go back to the laundry yard to rinse the soapstones, empty the tubs, and extinguish the fire. Half of a sheet is in the mud after blowing loose. Before anyone notices, you seize it. It's not really filthy. Tomorrow, you'll wash it once more. You don't gripe. There's no use. Finally, you sit for a longer period of time while the sun sets behind the battlements. You feel the pain pulsing back into your hands as you extend them towards the fire's waning warmth. You have chipped nails. You have peeling fingertips. However, they continue to function. You have a piece of ripped linen from a destroyed towel in your apron pocket. In quiet times, you have been stitching it into a handkerchief. Tonight is not the time for it. However, the fact that it exists provides you something that is exclusively yours. You eat pottage, bread, and warm ale in the servants' hall. You eat silently, fast, and with low eyes. After that, you go back to your pallet by the chimney, the end of your shift. It will be the same tomorrow. Pain, fire, soap, and water. However, you sleep tonight. You take a moment to sit on an overturned bucket and just breathe when everything is hung and steaming softly in the afternoon wind. You rip a small piece of crust out of your apron pocket. Despite being mostly stale, the hard bread is still edible. The linen dances in the wind while you chew carefully. After that, you resume your work, gathering the dry, folding the cold, crisp shirts, and looking for any stains or residual moisture. You place a cloth between each folded piece of armor as you sort the aristocratic clothing into a different basket. Without making eye contact or bringing attention to yourself, you will give these by hand in a calm manner. You are not visible. You have to remain that way. A scullery maid who smells of fish and onions and tiredness nods at you at the kitchen door. The cook inside yells something about the missing clothes. You pass her a folded bundle of kitchen rags without saying anything. She gives a grunt of gratitude. Before she can recall your name, you depart. The Lord Solar is the final destination. You rap. A servant responds. You use a rehearsed bow to give him the basket. He doesn't express gratitude. He shuts the door. You have raw hands. Your neck hurts. You have a twisted back. However, there is no discoloration. There is nothing lacking. That indicates that today went well. You go back to the laundry yard to rinse the soapstones, empty the tubs, and extinguish the fire. Half of a sheet is in the mud after blowing loose. Before anyone notices, you seize it. It's not really filthy. Tomorrow, you'll wash it once more. You don't gripe. There's no use. Finally, you sit for a longer period of time while the sun sets behind the battlements. You feel the pain pulsing back into your hands as you extend them towards the fire's waning warmth. You have chipped nails. Even though your fingertips are peeling, they are still functional. You have a piece of ripped linen from a destroyed towel in your apron pocket. In quiet times, you have been stitching it into a handkerchief. Even though you don't have time for it tonight, the fact that it exists provides you something that is exclusively yours. You eat pottage, bread, and warm ale in the servants' hall. You eat silently, fast, and with low eyes. After that, you go back to your pallet by the chimney. The end of your shift, it will be the same tomorrow. Pain, fire, soap, and water. But you sleep tonight. This is nothing new to you. She might twist anything inside if she rolls around too much. You grab a halter and fling open the store. You manage to grasp on as she thrashes and almost catches your leg. You walk her in tight circles and pull her up. Her eyes go white. Continue moving and whispering. Eventually, a stable master appears, swears, and assumes control. You take a trembling step back. You have spittle and grime on your arms. You have a torn tunic, but now she's on her feet. That's something. You go back to your rounds. There are 2 new visitors. The road has made their horses jittery. You try your best to calm them. Firm hands, gentle words. Your sleeve is nipped by one of them. Another stomps, narrowly missing your toe. You sweep the aisle for the 3rd time, fill troughs once more, and get more hay. You use twine and a bone needle to repair the ripped girth strap. It will hold, but it's not attractive. Behind the outside wall, the sun sets. The wind increases. You hang the lanterns, shut the stable doors, and give each horse a final inspection. You replace water containers, examine hooves and stroke noses. You scratch behind Willow's ears, dodge Gore's jaws, and pat Smoke's neck. You ascend the ladders to the loft after everything is finished. You show off your bare feet by removing your footwear. Sweat, hay, and dust are all on you. However, nobody was kicked. There was no burning. No horses got away. It is a good day because of that. In the loft, you have a second dinner. A piece of onion bread that was too tough for the kitchen to preserve, along with some cheese you exchanged for a favor. With your legs tucked under you for warmth, you munch gently. The castle is dimly illuminated by torchlight outside. From the large hall comes laughter. A minstrel is plucking a string of riches somewhere. Through the wood's crevices, you can hear it. It sounds as though someone else is having a dream. Do you not mind? Below, the horses move around in their stalls. One whinnies softly, the other snorts. Like you, they're settling. Back in the straw, you lie. Fold your arms beneath your head. Your fingertips hurt. Stretching causes your knees to crack. It feels like a board on your back. You're still alive, though. Furthermore, none of the animals under your care are. That is significant. You consider the tales they tell about monarchs, knights, and contests. The youngster who put the saddle on the horse made fun of the stall and spoke to the animal that would take a lord to either glory or death is something that everyone forgets. It's okay. Not to be remembered is why you are here. You're here to sleep and work. The shutters are rattled by the wind once the work is finished. As your hooves scuttle beneath you, the weight of the day gradually drags you into slumber. A hoof print that is precisely imprinted in the mud, bordered with ice, and still steaming from the warmth of the horse that left it, is what you think of as you drift off to sleep. It isn't going to last. It will disappear in the morning, but it's real for now. You are too. With a start, you awaken with one hand still gripping the butt of your spear. You must have fallen asleep once more, if briefly. You're certain of it. The brazier next to you is almost empty. In the darkness, only a few orange coals were crackling. You shift your weight on the cold stone bench, rub your eyes, and look through the arrow slit next to you. Still your watch, still fog, still night. You are the castle guard. You are not a knight, a soldier, or a man of arms who has been the subject of songs. You wait, you stand, you freeze, and you're the first to perish if something goes wrong. Your knees hurt already, and this is your second night shift of the week. You feel the bruise from yesterday's training exercise when you roll your shoulder. A wooden blade struck your side with such force that it rattled your ribs. "It was a learning moment," the sergeant said. You gave it a different name, in silence. Your work is easy. Keep an eye on the gate. Keep an eye on the wall. At the hour, stroll around the perimeter. Report any oddities. Additionally, avoid dozing off. Now you wait for the bell. Muffled, far away, and very likely 5 hours before daybreak. Sharp and steady, the wind whistles through the murder holes overhead. You tighten your cloak. It is entirely your problem, but the wool is thin and doesn't really help. Like smoke from a dying fire, your breath curls into the silence as it fogs in the torchlight. You walk slowly around the inside of the gatehouse, stretching your legs. Soot from the torches and previous condensation have left the stone floor slippery. You are familiar with every fissure and irregular flagstone. At the outer parapet, you've timed it too many times to count. The wind is more intense. The flaps of your cloak brush against your legs. There is silence in the courtyard below. Around the kitchen door, a single dog sniffs. A drunk stutters out of the barracks toilet somewhere, mumbling a song and forgetting to shut the door. You don't make a call. It's not your issue. Not this evening. You examine the main portcullis's iron hinges. It's still locked, rusted still. If it jams when you need it the most, you are still responsible. Your gloved hand slides over the edge. To the touch, it feels icy. You consider doing the day shift. In some respects, better. Warmth, sunlight, and conversation partners. However, shouting, drilling, and inspections take place during the day. You're forgotten and alone at night, unless there is a break-in. All of a sudden, the night guard comes to mind. You go back inside and sit down once more. You lean your head on the chilly stone wall for a moment. Your helmet is off. It weighs too much for nothing to last 7 hours. You place your hand on your spear as though it were a crutch or a staff, perhaps both. You hear a sound. There was a noise immediately outside the gate. No sound. A footstep, but not quite. You stand too quickly. Your knees are complaining. You head for the door. Hold on to your spear. Hold your breath. It isn't anything. Perhaps the gate settling in the cold, or a bird. You hold off for a few more seconds. After a slow exhale, go back to your post. A false alarm. Tonight, you're jittery. Can't afford to be anything else. You slowly sit down again. You have drawbridge-like joints. You go into your pouch and take out a strip of dry pork. Chilly. Hard. A small piece of gristle adhered to the side. Your jaw hurts as you chew slowly. Dinner is this. A noble boy once walked by and mocked your supper. He had a silk handkerchief in one hand and a pastry in the other. You remained silent. You simply continued to chew. Guards do just that. Continue chewing. Continue to observe. Continue to stand until they stop. Your first winter watch comes to mind. Days of toe numbness, purple fingers, and bleeding, damaged skin. You discovered how to put grease cloth below your gloves and wrap wool inside your boots. It was rather helpful. The bells toll at midnight. You get up and go about. To the west, beyond the chapel and the armory, from the eastern tower. There, you pause. The chapel window flickers with light. It looks like the priest is praying once again. Nor does he ever sleep. After ascending to the war walk, you look over the woods outside the outer bailey. Swaying in a sea of mist are black trees. The fields have a pale stripe thrown by the moon. There is no movement seen. Everything is visible to you. You question whether your mother is still alive as you consider the harvest moon farm she once had. You're hoping she is. The brayer dies totally just as you return to your post. It's not worth relighting. You stay awake better in the cold. In any case, the captain shows up after the last bell. He walks in, his boots resonating on the stone. He looks you over, checks the ledger, and taps the pike rack once with the butt of his halberd without saying anything at first. He asks, still breathing. "Hardly," you respond. With a grunt, he walks by without saying anything more. "You're not here for praise. You're here because someone has to be." He never says, "Good work." You rotate your shoulder and stretch again. The fog is dissipating. The eastern sky is getting dimmer. Your shift will soon come to an end as the morning prayer bells sound. The day guards will show up, raucous, rested, and clean-shaven. You'll give a nod, relinquish your spear, and fade back into quiet. You head to the barracks after descending the tower steps. You have a tough cot. The blanket is yours, but it smells of smoke and mildew. After removing your cloak and placing your boots next to the bed, you sit for a while before lying down. You hear the castle come to life as your eyes start to close. Buckets clanking, yelling in the yard, and the cook's voice giving commands. You know you'll be back tonight, but you've earned your sleep. The castle is not self-protecting. You still recall the criminals' attempt to break through the barrier last year. There are just 6 or 7 men who are famished and drinking wine that has been stolen. They believe the war guards were asleep when they arrived after midnight. You weren't. The bell was sounded by you yelled. While others armed themselves, you held the gate. A tall one with an axe nearly reached the Fort Cullis. With a spear stabbed through his ribs, you captured him. At your feet, he fell, died in the earth, gurgling. No one thanked you, but you didn't sleep for 3 nights after that. An additional bread crust was sent down by the steward. The sergeant nodded once, said, "You did your job, that was it." You did sleep eventually. And when the bruises faded and the frostbite healed, you were posted right back on the gate because now they trusted you to stay awake. That was your reward. You shift your weight again, bones grinding. Your hip has a knot in it from years of leaning on stone. You ignore it. You've gotten used to ignoring things. Hunger, cold, the sneers of nobles, the fear of being the first to die if anything truly bad happens. And yet, despite everything, there's pride. Not the kind people toast in halls, but the kind that keeps your back straight when no one is watching. You keep the castle safe. That matters, even if no one sees it. You adjust your gear one last time before bed. The leather straps of your jerking are cracked, the iron studs dulled from years of wear. Your helmet, dented at the rim, hangs beside your bunk. You should replace it. You won't. It still works around you. The other guards breathe deep in sleep. Some snore. One twitches as if fighting in his dreams. You envy them. They've done their part. Now they rest. You lie on your side and stare at the wall. The mortar lines look like roads on a map, winding and uncertain. You trace them with your eyes until they blur. Somewhere above in the solar, nobles stretch in feather beds. Below them, you sleep with a knife under your pillow and your cloak wrapped around your feet. And still, if something were to go wrong in the dead of night, it would be you they send first, because that's what castle guards are for. You close your eyes, and for a few precious hours, you don't have to watch anything. You rise in silence. It's not that anyone is asleep near you. It's that they're all long gone. The scullery maid is curled up by the hearth. The stable boy has vanished into straw. The cook's snores echo faintly through the kitchens. But your work begins now in the hollow hours no one else wants. You are the night watchwoman. You're not a guard exactly. You don't wear armor. You don't carry a sword, but you walk the halls with a lantern in one hand and a key ring in the other. And if something catches fire, if someone cries out, or if something moves that shouldn't, it's your problem. You wear soft shoes patched and tied with scraps of cloth. You move without echo. That's the rule. Your dress is wool, thick and plain with extra layers underneath, because the corridors at night are cold enough to crack teeth. Your lantern clicks once as you light it. The tallow candle flickers, casting long shadows across stone. You check the nursery first. 2 noble children sleeping fitfully beneath embroidered quilts. You don't know their names. You know when they have fevers, though. You know which one wets the bed. You straighten the blanket and leave without a sound. Next, the hall of tapestries, grand scenes of battles and blood and glory. You pass them slowly, your flame dancing in the glassy eyes of long-dead knights. Something cacks behind you. You don't turn around. Just keep walking. You're not paid to be scared. You pass the library next. It's locked, but you check the door anyway. The last time it was left open, rats chewed through a manuscript, and the steward barked about it for a week. You jiggle the handle. Firm. You move on. The chapel is quiet. A votive candle still burns at the altar. You pause to snuff it, not out of irreverence, but caution. Last winter, a stray ember nearly caught the drapes. You touch the iron candlestick to make sure it's cold, then continue. You climb a narrow stairway, lantern held high. Your legs ache. This is your third round tonight, and the castle isn't small. You walk with purpose, not hurried, not slow. Your ears stay sharp. You hear the creak of wood, the scuttle of mice, the faint drip of condensation off stone. You know every sound the castle makes. What's normal? What isn't? In the east wing, you find a window open. That's not right. It's latched from the inside during supper hours, and no one has reason to open it now. You set your lantern on the floor and close the window quietly. You don't report it. The steward doesn't believe in ghosts. You do. You check the laundry room next. Rows of steaming linens hung from rafters earlier are now stiff with cold. You tug one cloth down. A noble's cloak. Someone left it too close to the wall torch. The hem is singed. You sigh. You'll fix it yourself before anyone notices. You take the cloak with you, fold it under your arm. You'll mend it in the still hour before dawn, when the fire is low and your fingers shake from exhaustion. The kitchen corridor is next. A pot left on the hearth still steams faintly. You lift the lid. Onion broth, thin and sour. You dip a crust of bread into it, careful not to take too much, just enough to feel like a person again. You don't eat with the others. You're not on their schedule. No one saves you a plate, but you've learned which shelves hide a wedge of cheese or a shriveled apple. The cook pretends not to know. Maybe she pies you. Maybe she once walked these same halls. You check the stair to the Lord's Solar. You do not go up. You're not permitted. That's where the other world lives. The world with feather beds and warmed slippers and voices that ring with command. You just watch it from below. You head toward the servant dormitory. A baby cries behind one door. You knock gently. A mother opens blurry-eyed. You pass her a flask of warm water. She nods. Thanks you without speaking. You leave her to it. Sometimes when the castle sleeps, the walls feel alive. Not haunted exactly, but heavy with all the lives passing through them. The floor beneath your feet was scrubbed by 1,000 women before you. The stone arch above you was carved by someone who's been dust for centuries. You don't feel small. You feel connected. That's what keeps you moving. You take your final round just before dawn. The lantern is low now. You tilt it to coax out more light from the stub of candle, but there's not much left. The flame flutters, casting dancing shadows along the hallway walls. You pass through the lower storerooms, eyes peeled for anything out of place. This is where the rats come, where a spark could start a fire that would eat the whole castle. You pause by the armory door. It's cracked. That's wrong. You step inside, heart quickening. You don't have a weapon, just your keys, just your voice. You scan the racks. Swords, pikes, axes, all accounted for. You check the back wall. Nothing. No one. A draft must have nudged the door, or someone left it unlatched. Still, you shut it firmly and slide the bolt home. Back at your seat near the kitchen hearth, you finally let yourself rest. You set the lantern beside you, unwrap the cloak you carried, and pull out needle and thread. The mending takes time. Your stitches are slow, but even. You've done this before. You finish just as the bells toll for morning prayer. The castle stirs. A door cocks. Someone groans. Another day begins. You fold the cloak. You return it to its peg. You climb to your cot above the linen stores, barely more than a shelf. You tuck your legs beneath your skirt, curl into yourself like a letter unopened, and close your eyes. The castle breathes around you. You sleep. There are moments in the middle of the night when you forget the hour entirely. The castle exists out of time, its own little world of shadow and draught and silence. The walls breathe, the rafters creak. You've learned to tell which sound means loose timber and which means wind. You carry a small pouch of salt in your apron, not for seasoning, for protection. The old cook told you once that evil things dislike salt, that if you ever saw something that didn't belong in the halls, you should throw it at its feet. You've never had to, but the pouch stays. In the east corridor near the old chapel, there's a patch of stone colder than the rest. No matter the season, you step over it every time. Just a habit. No one talks about it. Sometimes a nobleman's mistress will be out late, slipping from one chamber to another. You pretend not to see. You keep your eyes down, your keys quiet. Secrets are not yours to keep, but they are yours to carry. You once caught the steward himself stealing candles, taking them from chapel stores to light his own half in winter. He locked eyes with you, said nothing. Neither did you. But a week later, you found a thick blanket folded on your cot. No explanation. You never mentioned it. These are the quiet trades of castle life. The unspoken debts and wordless bargains made not in coin, but in silence and stitches, and you are fluent in them. In the quietest part of the night, just before the birds begin to stir, you sometimes pause beneath the great window overlooking the courtyard. You let the lantern hang low just for a moment, and you look up. The stars shimmer, hard and cold, and far beyond reach, but they're always there. No matter what happened that day, no matter what burns or breaks, the stars return. You think of your mother's stories. She used to say the night had ears, that it listened to the women who worked while others slept. And maybe it does. You've whispered your share of wishes into its stillness. Most of them practical. None of them answered. Still, the watching comforts you. You take a slow breath, stretch your aching arms, and begin walking again. The same halls, the same locks, the same long shadows, because someone has to, because someone always has. And tonight, as always, that someone is you. They tell me I came into this world on a cold morning in late November, though calendars didn't mean much in the village, unless it was planting season or a saint's feast. My mother gave birth to me on a pile of straw near the hearth, while my eldest sister threw more dung onto the fire, and my father muttered something about it being another mouth. It was my third sister that cut the cord with a knife we usually used for cheese, and then they wrapped me in rags that had once belonged to a cousin who died young, like most cousins did. It wasn't a dramatic affair. Just another baby in a hut, already echoing with the coughs and snuffles of too many children in too little space. You don't get a name right away. That was superstition mostly. A good portion of us never made it past the first few weeks, so it was bad luck to grow attached too soon. Half the village had buried the baby at some point, and the churchyard was dotted with tiny unmarked graves, soft earth for short lives. So they waited a while, watched me closely, and only after I had survived my first bout of fever was I baptized by Father Oswin in a cold font that smelled faintly of mildew and sheep's wool. I don't remember it, obviously, but I do remember him years later. Crooked nose, holy breath, and a stare that could curdle milk. They called me Thomas after an uncle who'd been kicked by a mule and died half an hour later. Names came from saints or corpses, sometimes both. My first bed was a wooden cradle stuffed with hay and lined with old cloths. It sat by the fire if we had one going, or near the hearth's ashes if we didn't. Our house, if you can call it that, was made of timber and wall and daub, with a thatched roof that leaked every time it rained harder than a drizzle, which in England was most days. The floor was earth, real earth. It got swept occasionally, mostly with a bundled switch of twigs, and only when we'd stepped in something that shouldn't have been in the house to begin with. Chickens wandered in and out like they owned the place, and there was a pig who liked to sleep near my cradle for warmth. She smelled better than most of my siblings. We had no chimney, just a hole in the roof and a hope that the smoke would go up instead of sideways. It didn't. Everything, clothes, hair, skin, rire of smoke, the kind of scent that burrows into your bones and never quite leaves. As a babe, I was lucky to have milk. Some weren't. Wet nurses were a luxury, and most mothers fed their own if they had enough to give. My mother did her best, despite the 5 other squalling mouths, and the winter ration of pottage that barely warmed a spoon. Weaning meant mashed peas, softened barley, and the occasional bit of bread soaked in broth. Teeth came early. Illness came earlier. I had 4 siblings older than me, 2 younger, and 1 I never met. He died in the night sometime around Candlemas, wrapped in a blanket and still warm when they found him. We didn't speak of it. We didn't need to. Everyone understood. By the time I could walk, I had chores. You don't get a childhood in the way modern folk imagine it. No toys, no school, no idle hours spent wondering about your feelings. My early years were spent chasing chickens, fetching water from the stream, which may or may not have had a dead squirrel floating in it, and being smacked with a wooden spoon if I got underfoot. We shared everything: beds, shoes, illnesses. My sister and I wore the same tunic in alternating weeks. It never quite dried between uses. Lice were normal, fleas expected, worms only worth mentioning if they made you cough one up. As I got older, perhaps 6 or 7, my responsibilities grew. That's about the age when you're considered halfway useful. I'd help muck out stalls, scare off crows, and carry baskets of turnips so heavy I could barely see over them. Okay. My hands grew calloused before I ever held a quill. Not that I ever did. Some children in towns or in the manors were apprenticed or sent to monasteries. Not me. My fate was the fields. Just like my father and his father and his father before him, back when England was mostly forest and people still thought Vikings might show up on a Tuesday. There was a rhythm to peasant life. Seasons dictated everything. In the spring, you swed. In the summer, you tended. In the autumn, you harvested. In the winter, you tried not to die. Simple, but even as a child, you noticed things. The way the village held its breath during childbirth. The way people crossed themselves twice when smoke rose too thin from a neighbor's chimney. The way old men looked at the horizon like they expected something bad to walk over it. And often something did. We played, of course. Children always do games with sticks and stones, foot races, mock battles with straw swords. We laughed, scraped our knees, and fought like dogs over the last apple on the tree. But even then, there was work waiting. Always work. Sometimes, when Father Oswin wasn't looking, we'd sneak into the chapel just to feel the cool stone under our hands and see the candles lit. It felt otherworldly. A place where mud didn't stick and whispers echoed like prayers. I didn't understand Latin, but I understood silence and how rare it was. There was a boy named Will who lived 2 houses down. He'd lost 3 brothers to a fever and used to say that if you saw 3 crows in the field before breakfast, someone would die before sundown. We all believed him. Superstition wasn't a pastime. It was a survival mechanism. Saints protected our animals, relics cured our boils, and dreams were warnings, especially the ones with fire in them. My education was oral stories, prayers, curses. I learned what crops to plant when, how to spot a snake in tall grass, and that stepping on the church threshold with your left foot meant a week of bad luck. These were the lessons that mattered. Latin could wait. But even amid the muck and hardship, there were moments, bright ones, when the barley grew high and the wind smelled like sun. When someone brewed strong ale and laughter carried through the village like music. When the whole community gathered for a feast, no matter how small, and someone pulled out a fiddle or told a story so good, even the pigs stopped snorting to listen. That was childhood, a mixture of hardship, hunger, noise, and fleeting joys. We were never clean, rarely full, and often cold, but we were alive. And in those years, that alone felt like a kind of victory. If I close my eyes, I can still smell the smoke from the hearth, feel the straw poking through my bedding, and hear my mother's voice humming the same tune she did every evening. Something soft and wordless, like a lullaby made out of endurance. They say the first years shape a man. If that's true, then I was shaped by mud, ash, and the sound of my name being called for chores, and by the quiet understanding that nothing in life, not warmth, not food, not love, came without work. But it survived, which for a medieval peasant child is more than many could say. They say a child's first memory sticks with them forever. Mine is of a splinter. Not a big one, mind you. Just a nasty little sliver of wood I got from falling on the threshing floor while chasing a chicken. I wailed, of course, not because it hurt that much, but because I was 5, tired, and already covered in half a morning's worth of mud. My mother yanked it out with her teeth and handed me a crust of bread too hard for a dog. That was comfort in our house. Removal of wood followed by carbohydrates. In medieval England, childhood was less a protected phase and more a short, muddy ramp up to full exhaustion. You weren't coddled. You were taught not through books or lessons, but by watching, copying, and occasionally getting swatted with a ladle if you did something particularly dim. I don't remember a time without work. By the time I could form sentences, I could carry water, a small bucket sloshing down my legs. By 5, I was feeding chickens. By 6, shooing crows off the barley. By 7, I was sent with the other boys to learn the fine art of not standing where the oxen are trying to walk. We called it learning. Today, you'd call it survival training. Most of our day revolved around the needs of the house and field. Morning started early before the sun. If it was harvest season, we'd be woken not by roosters, but by my father's boots slamming the door shut behind him as he headed out. Our breakfast was cold pottage or leftover bread if the rats hadn't gotten to it first. No one asked how you slept. No one cared. The day didn't wait for dreams. We didn't have toys, at least not ones you'd buy or make on purpose. A good stick could become a sword, a javelin, or a horse, depending on how you swung it. Stones were game pieces, tools, or missiles. We played when we could, but always with one ear tuned to an adult calling our name, or worse, calling our full name. That meant trouble. There were no schools for us. Education, if you were lucky enough to stumble into it, came from a priest who had time between funerals, or a village elder who'd tell you which mushrooms wouldn't kill you. The most I ever learned to write was the first letter of my name scratched into the dirt with a twig. And even that was seen as a bit fancy. What I did learn, and quickly, was everything needed to stay alive and mostly out of trouble. How to walk behind a plow without tripping, how to lift with your knees, how to spot a weasel in the chicken pen, how to keep quiet when Father Oswin started talking about sin and hellfire, and how to pretend you weren't the one who stole the last apple off the cart. Religion found you early. You didn't understand it, not really, but you understood fear. You feared hell, you feared the devil, you feared Agnes, the woman 2 houses down who looked at you funny and might have cursed your sister's goat. God you feared too, but he was a bit harder to picture. The priest painted him with fire and guilt and long silences. We nodded along, eyes wide, fingers crossed. Around age 7, things shifted. That's when you stopped being seen as a small creature and started being seen as a small adult. Your chores got more serious. You were expected to help in the field. Really help, not just fetch things. If you were a girl, you helped with the washing, the spinning, the endless cooking. If you were a boy, you joined your father or brothers with the animals and tools. If you were unlucky, you did both. My father said a boy's hands should be blistered by 8. Mine were. By then, I'd already dropped a bucket on my toe, lost 2 fingernails to a millstone, and once got kicked into a puddle by a cow who didn't care for my face. Welcome to childhood. We were always outside in the rain, in the frost, in the thick summer heat. No such thing as too cold or too hot when the barley needed tending, or the sheep had gone wandering into someone else's pasture. I knew every dip and stone of the path to the well, every splinter in the stable gate, every wormhole in the wood near the fire. We lived close to the earth, not by choice, but because it was literally our floor, our walls, our food, and half our illnesses. Sickness came often. Rashes, fevers, boils, you name it. Most weren't named, actually. You just got the sweats or the shakes or that coughing thing, and you either got better or didn't. The village had a midwife who also knew herbs. She helped when she could, but if the ailment was serious, your best hope was prayer or luck or both. Death wasn't abstract. I saw a friend of mine, Simon, go from laughing over a beetle to shivering in a blanket to being buried behind the chapel all in 3 days. No one explained why. They just said, God took him and we moved on because you had to. Still, there was fun in strange places. We played in the stream. We pelted each other with snow and straw. We raced barefoot through the fields, yelping when we stepped on thorns or startled a frog. We stole turnips, then ran from the tanner, who claimed they were his. We'd huddle around the fire at night and listen to stories from the old men. Tales of beasts, saints, and war. We didn't understand but loved hearing anyway. There was a rhythm to it all. You rose, worked, ate, scratched, slept, and dreamed, sometimes of nothing more than a better pair of shoes or a day when your tunic didn't itch. And you knew even then what your future would be. You'd grow taller, not taller than the Lord's Son, of course, but enough to lift heavier things. You'd marry probably a girl from the same village with the same dirt under her nails. You'd have children who'd do as you did, and you'd die within a mile of where you were born. Not that anyone said this outright, but it was in the way people looked at you, in the way they measured your height by the doorframe and nodded as if to say, a few more years and he'll be useful. Childhood was less about wonder and more about waiting. Waiting to be old enough to matter. On feast days, though, oh, those were special. Saints' days or weddings brought out food, music, even a bit of dancing. I once had a honeyed oat cake I still think about, and one year they roasted a whole pig. It was like a miracle. Meat that wasn't dried or boiled or questionable. We ran wild that night, bellies full, hearts light, and for a brief while it felt like the village belonged to us. The children, as if just for one night, the future was something to look forward to. But dawn always came, and with it the chores, the weight of wood on your back, the sour smell of the sheep pen, the clanging of the pail against the well wall. Back to the cycle, back to the growing. By the time I was 10, I could drive a cart, gut a fish, spin a rope, and fix a broken fence. I knew when the rains would come by the scent of the wind, and I could guess the mood of my father by the way he shut the door. I was, for all intents and purposes, nearly grown. At 12, you're no longer a child. In the eyes of the village, the church, and your own aching bones, you're a working man. A small one, sure, but one expected to pull your weight. And so childhood ends not with a celebration, not with a speech, just with a new job, a longer list of things to do, and the quiet realization that from here on out, the only difference between you and your father is how much your back hurts. But I survived those years. I didn't freeze, didn't fall into the well or get crushed by the oxen. I made it to the part where people stopped calling me boy and started asking me to carry heavier things. And if that's not success in medieval England, I don't know what is. By 13, I'd stopped asking questions and started growing blisters instead. That's about the time a boy in our village stops being a boy. There's no ceremony for it. No candlelit moment where someone hands you a sword or a speech. One day you're helping in the fields. The next, you're in the fields all day, every day. Sunrise to sundown, stomach rumbling, back bent, eyes stinging from the wind, and the smoke of last night's fire still clinging to your tunic. My voice had started cracking like the rafters in our cottage after a rainstorm, and the older men noticed. They began talking to me less like a child and more like a very disappointing colleague. "You missed a row, Thomas. That plough line's crooked, Thomas. Stop walking like your legs are made of porridge, Thomas." Encouraging stuff. Still, there was pride in it. I had a tool of my own, a scythe duller than it should have been, but mine. I was trusted to feed the animals, turn the soil, even fetch deliveries from the manor storehouse, assuming the steward wasn't in one of his moods. I earned my bread now, quite literally, and I ate it with the dignity of someone who'd bled for it. Work came in seasons, just like weather and fevers. Spring was ploughing and sowing, your boots caked in wet earth, hands raw from gripping the handles. Summer meant long days under a wide, hot sky, your neck blistered, eyes squinting against the glare, swatting flies with every other breath. Harvest season was its own madness. No sleep, no rest, just reaping until your arms felt like someone else's. And winter. Winter was when you wondered if your toes still counted as part of you. Our food didn't get better now that I was older. If anything, I noticed how often we went without. Dinner might be a ladle of barley stew, chewy with leftover bones. Supper. Had one, was cold. Bread hardened on the hearth. Once I cracked a tooth, trying to bite through it. We laughed. Then we cried a little because we realized it was the last loaf. Water fetched by my younger brother now still came from the stream or the communal well, depending on which was less cursed that week. It always tasted a bit like moss and worry. We drank it anyway when there was no beer. The older I got, the more I noticed the things grown men didn't speak of but understood. How they'd glance at the sky and frown. How they'd listen to the hens clucking like it meant something, and it did. A change in weather, a spirit nearby, or just bad luck blowing in from the next village over. Bad luck came often. Sometimes it came in the form of a fever. Sometimes in the form of a cartwheel snapping at the worst possible moment. Once it was a collapsed roof in the night. 2 of our neighbors gone by. Morning. I helped pull the bodies from the rubble. They didn't look peaceful. They looked surprised. Like even in a world where death was common, they hadn't expected that. Around this time, I started noticing girls. Noticed how they carried water with one hand and tucked their hair with the other. How they laughed even when their shoes were soaked and their fingers were chapped from scrubbing linens. How their eyes darted when the steward passed by. There was a girl named Elswith, lived near the mill, always smelled faintly of flour. She once gave me an extra slice of apple when she thought I looked pale. I don't know if she fancied me or just pied me. Either way, I remembered that apple for weeks, but courtship wasn't candlelight and poetry. It was signed glances while shoveling manure. Maybe a shared song during harvest. If you were lucky, you'd sit beside her at a feast. And if things went well, you'd ask her father or the village reeve for permission to wed. Love was optional. Land was essential. I wasn't ready for marriage yet. I didn't even own a second tunic. But I was expected to contribute not just to my family, but to the manor. Every able-bodied peasant owed labor to the lord. It wasn't up for debate. That meant working the domain. The lord's personal land, a few days a week, unpaid. You showed up, did your time, and tried not to collapse until after you'd finished stacking his hay. I remember one summer hauling stones for a new wall around the man's herb garden. My back ached for a week. I don't even like herbs. I'd also learned by now how to keep quiet around authority. You didn't question the reeve. You didn't question the steward, and you certainly didn't question the lord, even if you thought his velvet hat made him look like a goose in disguise. Religion played a larger role. Now I was old enough to understand the sermons, or pretend to. We knelt during Mass, mumbled along with the Latin we didn't understand, crossed ourselves, and hoped it would be enough. I confessed to sins I wasn't sure counted. Coveting bread, speaking ill of the high fork, once kicking a chicken because it startled me. Father Oswin said I should pray harder. I tried, but sometimes I fell asleep mid-prayer, exhausted from work and the cold and the low-burning knowledge that nothing was guaranteed. Not food, not health, not tomorrow. The memorial court became familiar too. Once every few weeks, villagers would gather and the Lord or his appointed judge would settle disputes. Boundary lines, livestock squabbles, accusations of theft. Once a man was fined for taking firewood from the wrong grove. Another was whipped for hunting rabbits that technically belonged to the Lord. I watched. I learned. I kept my head down. Sometimes I dreamed of leaving the village, of running off to a town, finding work as a tanner or miller or even a guard. But those were stories you told yourself when the rain kept you awake, or when you were ankled deep in manure and wondering if this was all life had to offer. But then I'd look around and see my brothers, my mother by the hearth, my father snoring in the corner, and the pig asleep in her usual spot. And I'd remember this was life. And it wasn't all bad. We had music sometimes, a fiddle, a pipe, a voice raised in song during a rare evening when the work was done early and the ale hadn't run dry. We had stories passed down by candlelight. We had the steady rhythm of the seasons, the first shoots of spring, the golden sheave of autumn, the deep hush of winter snow, and slowly I found I wasn't the smallest boy anymore. There were others now, younger than me, looking up, watching how I tied the rope or sharpened the blade, asking questions I once asked. I wasn't yet a man, but I was no longer a child. My shoulders had filled out, my hands had stopped bleeding from the scythe, and my back only ached when it rained. One morning, my father handed me a set of tools without a word. Just nodded. That was it. My confirmation, my promotion, my induction into the long line of peasants who'd done the same work in the same fields under the same sun for generations. And I took them because that's what you did, you carried on. Thomas had seen enough of courtship before he ever experienced it himself. Not the kind with flowers and whispered promises. Those were for stories told by traveling minstrels, not for boys who spent their mornings knee-deep in pig muck and their evenings scraping dried oats off the cooking pot. Courtship in our village, and by our I mean the 30 or so souls who shared the same patch of frost-bit and soil, was a matter of timing, bodies, and barley. You didn't fall in love. You grew into usefulness. By the time I reached 15, I was tall enough to reach the thatch and thin enough to be useful without needing much food. That made me marriageable, not because I had anything to offer romantically. I didn't even have my own pair of boots yet, but because I could haul water, swing a scythe, and had enough teeth to chew through a turnip without making too much noise. That was about as dreamy as a man could get. My parents started talking about Ellen the same year I stopped sleeping in the corner of the main room and started sleeping in the loft. She was a year younger, known for her spinning, and had wide shoulders from churning butter since she could stand. We'd said maybe 6 words to each other in our lives, 5 of which were, "Move, I need the ladle." But our families both needed what the other could provide. Hands, grain, and a quiet partnership that wouldn't cause trouble. Beetle wasn't a grand affair. It was more like agreeing on a trade. My father spoke to hers while I stood nearby. Pretending to adjust my cloak, they discussed grain yields, shared labor, and the fact that neither of us had any better prospects. Then a handshake, a nod, and it was decided. Thomas and Ellen would marry come spring. Spring came late that year. Mud stayed longer than usual, and 2 oxmen died in the next village over. But when the church bells rang on St. Purga's feast day, we stood before the priest in our second-best tunics, shivering more from nerves than cold. The whole ceremony took 5 minutes. Latin we couldn't understand, vows we'd practiced the night before, and a kiss that was more a bump of noses than anything passionate. But we were married. The wedding feast was barley bread, hard cheese, and thin stew served in cracked bowls. Someone passed around a jug of ale, strong enough to make old men weep. A few folks danced until their shoes came off. It wasn't lavish, but it was more food than usual, and nobody went home sober or hungry, which in our part of England counted as a miracle. We moved into the rear corner of my family's cottage, separated by a curtain made from an old flour sack. Privacy was a suggestion. Our first bed was straw and sackcloth over a frame of uneven planks. I say bed more like a place where our bones rested between work days. Still, it was ours. That meant something. Marriage wasn't a change so much as an expansion. You kept working, only now you had someone to share the blisters with. Ellen and I quickly fell into rhythm. I rose first to fetch water. She tended the morning porridge. I patched the fence. She with the wool. Her tasks never ended. Neither did mine, but we got good at avoiding each other's tired spells, at picking up slack without asking. Romantic number, but stable, predictable. That was more useful than poetry. Ellen had strong opinions, though she rarely voiced them, but she was smart, sharper than me in most ways. She kept track of stores, remembered debts, and knew when to nod during church, even if she'd fallen asleep standing up. She could spot a wormy apple from across the field, and once shamed a traveling peddler into giving us proper change just by staring at him. I respected her long before I realized I liked her. Children were expected. That's what marriage was for, after all. Adding labor to the household. It took a while. Our first winter was rough. Cold enough to freeze the wash bucket mid-scrub. Food ran thin. Then, in the spring, Ellen fell ill. She recovered slowly, her hands trembling for weeks. We didn't speak about babies that season, but by the next year, she was with child. Pregnancy didn't come with cushions and cravings. It came with nausea, work, and prayers. She worked up until the week of the birth. No doctor, just old M, the village midwife, who smelled of thyme and sweat and had delivered nearly every soul within shouting distance. Labor lasted from sunset to near dawn. I sat outside the whole time, carving pointless lines into the frozen earth with a stick. When I heard the cry, 2 cries, I didn't believe it. Twins, douce, a boy and a girl. The boy we named Will, the girl, Alice. Will died 6 days later. No illness, no sign, just didn't wake up. We buried him near the boundary oak with a cross made from the last dry branch of the season. Loss was constant, but that didn't make it easier. Life moved on. It had to. The seasons didn't stop because we grieved. Ellen barely wept. She just folded Will's swaddling cloth and tucked it under the bed. Alice lived, grew, walked early, spoke late. Her laugh sounded like spring water over stone, clear, brief, surprising. We lived for that sound. As husband and wife, we had a simple understanding. We did not speak of dreams, not aloud. Dreams were for the Lord's children, the ones who learned Latin and ate meat twice a week. Our world had no room for once, only for tasks. The field needed tending, the wall needed mending, the pig needed salting, and we did it all year after year without fuss. But sometimes when the fire burned low and Alice slept in the crook of Ellen's arm, I thought about building a second room, about teaching my daughter to read, about having a day, just one without worry. Then the wind would howl through the thatch and I'd remember who I was. Thomas, son of William, husband of Ellen, father of one, maybe more if luck held. A man with cracked hands, a weak roof, and a woman who warmed the stew without being asked. That was enough. The years following our marriage were not marked by great changes, but by small, repeated ones. A new tool, a second pig, a patch of land the steward let us borrow. Each improvement came with a cost. More labor, more obligation, more eyes on us. But they also stitched a new shape to our life. Our roles in the village became clearer, too. I was no longer just young Thomas. I became Thomas who fixed the well rob, Thomas who loaned barley seed, Thomas, whose daughter didn't die last winter. These small noticings shared over ale or during idle talk near the bakehouse mattered more than I admitted. Respect in a village doesn't come from speeches. It comes from surviving while being useful. Ellen, for her part, was respected by women and feared slightly by men, not because she was harsh, but because she remembered everything. She became a sort of informal registrar of marriages, debts, and feuds. No one could recall whose turn it was to borrow the cart. Ask Ellen. Couldn't remember if Martyr's son was born before the plague or after. Ellen would know. By our 5th year, we had another child, a son this time named Hugh after my grandfather. Ellen delivered him with old Mab again, though the midwife's hand was slower now, her eyes more sunken. I paid her with eggs and a new bundle of rushes for her floor. Hugh was hearty, loud, and always hungry. That last trait never changed. Marriage changed me in ways I hadn't expected. It made me think ahead, not far, never more than the next harvest, but farther than I used to. I began to notice roofs that might leak come autumn, boots that wouldn't last the winter. I bartered more carefully, saved bits of tallow, kept kindling dry even when I was too tired to care. These weren't grand ambitions, they were survival skills, sharpened by the weight of others relying on you. Historically, peasants like me weren't expected to have inner lives. But the truth is, we did. We just didn't have time to dwell on them. The rhythm of life as a full-grown peasant is less a schedule and more a relentless loop. There's no concept of adulthood as we'd understand it today, just a gradual thickening of calluses and responsibility. One morning you wake up and realize that no one tells you what to do anymore because they assume you're already doing it. That's how you know you've made it. The year is not measured by holidays or birthdays. It's carved into your body by the seasons. Spring stretches your back with plowing. Summer cracks your hands with reaping. Autumn stains your knees with muck from gathering. And winter, that's when your bones remind you of every bad harvest and every splintered fence you ever repaired. There's always something to do and rarely anything to show for it. You dig, sow, mend, fetch, chop, patch, and then start over. The tools are basic: a wooden plow, a rusting sickle, a hoe that's more patched than iron, and when they break, which they do frequently, you either fix them with what little you have or borrow from someone who will expect repayment in kind, or worse, in favors. My work, like most men's in our village, is dictated by the land and the hood. I hold a few strips of earth in the open fields. Not mine technically, but mine to tend. In exchange, I owe the steward labor days, a few dozen in theory, closer to 100 in practice. These are spent repairing roads, harvesting the Lord's grain before my own, and helping construct things I'll never use. Last year, it was a granary. Year before, a new gatehouse. This year, rumor says we're building a dovecote for birds. We're not allowed to eat. On top of that, there's the tithe. 1/10 of everything I grow, raise, or make goes to the church. In theory, it's for God. In practice, it means that if I produce 10 bundles of barley, only 9 come home if no one else recalculates the share first. The priest says this keeps us humble. I say it keeps him well fed. The rest of my day is spent trying not to fall behind. If a fence breaks, I fix it. If a pig falls ill, I call in the neighbor who once treated his cousin's pig with an onion and a prayer. If the thatch leaks, Ellen and I climb the roof and patch it with whatever we've got: straw, moss. On one occasion, the hide of a goat that had outlived its usefulness. It didn't help the smell. Our food depends on our labor and luck. A good season means full bowls. A bad one means thin broth and tighter belts. Most meals are pottage again. Grains, weeds, the occasional onion. Meat is rare, eggs are seasonal, and milk depends on whether the cow feels like cooperating that week. Ellen makes the best out of it, but even she can't turnips into miracles. Bart keeps us afloat. A few spare eggs might buy a length of thread. A day helping thresh someone else's field might get me an extra portion of smoked fish. There's a quiet economy in every favor. Everyone owes someone something, and everyone remembers. What passes for rest is mostly a change in task. We mend tools while watching the children. We gossip while gathering firewood. We pray not out of leisure, but because it's the one task that doesn't require moving. Sometimes I catch myself thinking, is this it? Is this the only one? And then Alice runs in from the yard, laughing with a wooden doll Ellen carved from an old chair. Hugh tugs at my tunic, asking if he can help sharpen the sickle. I nod because yes, this is it. And some days it's enough. In the memorial world, community is everything. No one survives alone. The smith needs grain, the weaver needs meat, the priest needs wine, which he won't admit, but drinks plenty of. And all of us need each other come harvest. If one family falls ill, others step in, not out of charity, but because next time it might be you. And of course, there are days of rest. Sunday Mass, saint days, the occasional feast where bread is slightly less hard and ale flows for free. We sit on logs, share stories, and pretend our backs don't ache. Those are the days we laugh. Not because life is easy, but because laughter costs nothing. And sometimes that's all we've got. Historians today might write of subsistence farming and feudal obligations. What they don't capture is how much of it feels like bailing water out of a leaking boat with your bare hands. Day after day, season after season. Still, you get up the next morning, you shoulder your tool, you nod to your neighbor, and you do it all over again. Because the land doesn't wait, and neither does life. The hardest part isn't the labor, it's the sameness. Every sunrise brings the same tasks in a slightly different order. The plow still sticks in the same patch of clay, the barn roof still sags, the oxen still pull with the enthusiasm of half-dead furniture. And through it all, the same ache settles into your joints. Not sharp, not screaming, just present, like a dull companion you didn't invite, but who never leaves. There's a strange kind of pride in knowing your place in this order. I know when the frost will come by, how the wind smells at dawn. I know how deep to plant barley just by running my fingers through the dirt. It isn't education, not like the monks have, but it's knowledge. Hard-won felt the bones. Our fields follow the open field system just like every village from here to York. There are no fences, just long, narrow strips shared among dozens of families. Each family gets a few strips scattered across the 3 great fields, so no one hogs the best land. Fair in theory, but try dragging a plow from one strip to the next when they're half a mile apart. It's not efficient. It's exercised by divine design. Once a year, the reeve, that's the Lord's man, walks the field with his tally sticks and lists who owes what. If your yield is good, you owe grain. If it's bad, you still owe grain. The math is more spiritual than logical, and if you argue, you'd best enjoy digging ditches. You'll be assigned plenty. Taxes and tithes aren't the only thing pulling at your grain sack. Come autumn, the traveling merchants show up with cloth, salt, and promises. They trade high and buy low. I've sold 5 chickens for a spool of thread before. A bad deal, but the kids needed clothes, and chickens are replaceable. Children less so. The village has no inn, no market square, no place to rest except the church steps or the dirt path itself. But it's a village all the same. We have elders who remember the fire of '89 when half the homes burned. We have newlyweds trying to carve a plot out of nettles. We have a man who claims he once saw a saint in the clouds. Most just nod and keep walking. Everyone sees strange things when they work alone too long. You learn to rely on people without trusting them fully. Borrow a scythe, return it sharper than before. Lend a hand, and someone will lend you one when your cart breaks. But if you owe too much or complain too loudly, word gets around. And in a place like this, your reputation works harder than you do. The village women form the other half of the economy. Ellen spends her days spinning wool when she's not patching cloaks or boiling nettles into soup. The children gather firewood, though half the time they come back with pine cones and bruises. Even the elderly, those who've made it to the grand age of 50, still tend gardens or mend nets. No one is idle. Not really. If you are, people wonder what's wrong with you. And yet, there's an odd beauty in the grind. The way mist curls over the fields in early spring. The soft thump of grain hitting the bottom of a storage bin. The moment after sundown, when the last ember in the hearth glows just long enough to show Ellen's face, tired but smiling. That's not nothing. When feast days come, the world briefly softens. Bread is baked in communal ovens. Ale is passed around. Even the Lord smiles, mostly because he's drinking better wine than we are. Children play with hoops. Old songs are sung, and for one moment, the difference between us and the manor feels a little less wide. It doesn't last, but we hold on to it. So yes, the work never ends. The ache never leaves, and the barley never grows as thick as you hoped. But somehow, through some stubborn thread of hope, you get up each morning, strap on your boots, or what's left of them, and walk into the field again. Because this is your life, and it's worth living, if only because it's yours. You don't plan for children here. They arrive like frost, sometimes early, sometimes late, and always without much warning. One moment it's just you and Ellen by the hearth. The next, there's a squalling bundle wrapped in old linen, and the whole room feels smaller, noisier, warmer, and far more terrifying. Ellen gives birth in the same straw-stuffed bed where we sleep, mend clothes, and sometimes argue over whether we have enough grain to last the week. There's no doctor, just a midwife old enough to remember delivering half the village and 2 neighbor women boiling water and whispering prayers that don't sound entirely Christian. I wait outside pretending to fix a broken latch because there's nothing else I can do. Men are meant to stay out of the way until they're needed to dig the grave. Most births go well enough, though few go cleanly. There's blood always, sometimes more than seems survivable. Babies arrive how they please, feet first, sideways, screaming or silent, and there's no certainty. Ellen's first was a stillbirth. We buried him under the hawthorn tree. No name, just a handful of dirt and a wooden cross I carved myself. When one survives, it feels like a small miracle. The priest baptizes the child within days. Not just for salvation, but because statistically there's no time to wait. Roughly 1 in 4 children don't make it past their first year. Sometimes it's fever, sometimes choking, sometimes they just stop breathing, and no one knows why. The priest calls it God's will. The midwife mutters about ill winds. Me? I just hold Ellen's hand tighter. Once they're alive and screaming, life doesn't get much easier. Babies don't come with nappies. Cloth is scarce and expensive, so they're swaddled tight in strips of linen and left near the hearth, where it's warmest. Ellen nurses them as best she can, though she's tired always. We sometimes feed them pottage thinned with ale if the milk runs dry. It's not ideal, but then again, nothing in a peasant's life ever is. There's no such thing as a nursery. The baby sleeps in our bed between us, wrapped in the same blanket that smells of soot and sheep. If we had a cradle, it was burned 2 winters ago when we ran out of firewood. I carved a new one from pine, but it canks like it's telling secrets. Every time it rocks, I pray it doesn't splinter under the weight of hope. Names are chosen fast, not out of sentiment, but practicality. You name the child something common, something that can be shouted across a field. William, Alice, Hugh, Joan, something easy to carve into a plank. You don't want to get attached to a name that might be gone before spring. Some parents wait weeks to see if the child survives. Others reuse names like a coat passed down between siblings. Children don't get childhoods here. By the time they can walk, they're put to work, gathering kindling, watching chickens, running errands. By age 7, they're expected to tend geese or weed the garden. By 10, they can plow. Ellen teaches them to spin and sew. I show them how to tie knots, sharpen blades, and read the sky. We don't punish them harshly, not because we're kind, but because life does that for us. 1 winter barefoot is less than enough. A spoiled meal means hunger. A fall into the pond means days of fever. The world disciplines children more effectively than we ever could. We just try to keep them alive long enough to learn. Stories help. Not the noble kind with dragons and brave knights. Ours are older, stranger, tales of woods that whisper, saints that walk through snow, beasts that punish the greedy. We don't tell them to entertain. We tell them so the children remember what to fear. Religion, of course, runs through it all. We teach them to cross themselves, to fear sin, to fast on Fridays, to kneel even when their knees are raw. Not because we fully understand the scriptures, but because the church is always watching, and one wrong word in front of the priest can mean penance or worse, gossip. And gossip spreads faster than fire. We light candles for St. Margaret. If the baby's coughing, we keep dried herbs near the tray for headaches. Rue to ward off evil, chamomile to calm a colicky child. Though chamomile is scarce and usually reserved for those who can afford indulgence, which we can't. Still, Ellen insists, and I don't argue. Sometimes faith is all we have. In some ways, raising children is the only legacy we have. We own no land. We write no books. When we die, it's up to them to remember our names. So, we pass on what little we know, how to dig a furrow straight, how to soothe a burn, how to spot the good kind of mold growing on bread. These lessons, small as they are, might outlast us. Still, every cough in the night feels like a threat. Every fever is a challenge. There's no medicine to speak of, just boiled herbs and whispered prayers. If the child survives, you give thanks. If not, you dig another grave and try again. There's no real privacy, not in a hut where everyone shares the same air and breathes the same smoke. When one child wakes coughing, everyone does. When one child cries with hunger, the sound sits in your ears for hours. Ellen sings lullabies in low whispers, old ones her mother taught her, most of them about saints and spirits and stolen bread. We hang rowan branches above the door, not just for decoration, but to keep sickness out. At least that's what the midwife says. I don't believe in such things, but I don't take them down either. You stop gambling with luck when you've buried 2 sons before their first birthday. Feast days give them something to look forward to. The village might roast a pig. The priest tells tales of miracles. The children run barefoot through the frost and come back red-faced and laughing. On St. Martin's Day, they get little bits of sweetened dough. It's not much, but they remember. Even in the dead of winter, children play with bones, with sticks, with scraps. They make dolls from bundled straw, swords from firewood. I once saw my eldest son march through the snow wearing a broken pot as a helmet commanding an army of chickens. There was no audience, no applause, just play. That's how they survive, I think. They don't know how hard life is. Not yet. And when they grow older, they ask about the world, beyond the woods, beyond the manor. They ask if kings eat bread like us, if priests sleep in beds, if there are places where snow never falls and soup doesn't taste of roots and regrets. I never lie to them, but I don't always tell the truth either. There are some things a father says just to keep a child's hope alive. The winters are hardest on the little ones. Their fingers stay red and cracked. Their lips go blue at night, even with the fire burning. We wrap them in everything we own. Sometimes we tuck hot stones into cloth and place them near their feet, praying it buys us another hour of sleep without shivers. I've watched Ellen scoop our youngest from his blankets just to hold him tighter, afraid he might slip away if she doesn't. The midwife says it's normal to lose a child. Normal. I hate that word. It shouldn't be normal, but I say nothing. I just nod. And the next morning, I go chop more wood because there's no time to mourn properly when there's a household to heat and mouths to feed. One year, the river froze over so thick that boys skated on it using flattened bones tied to their feet with string. They slipped and fell and bruised themselves half to death. But they laughed so hard you'd think they'd never known suffering. That's the kind of memory I hold on to. laughter on ice. A moment when winter wasn't just about survival. And yet, not every family is as lucky. Our neighbors lost 3 children to fever in 1 month. The father stopped speaking for a year. The mother never smiled again. She just tended the goats and stared through people like they were ghosts. You learn quickly that grief is a quiet neighbor, always nearby, never loud, always watching. Still, there's pride in raising children who survive, even more in seeing them help. Our eldest, now 11, can mend a fence. He checks the snares. He counts the chickens better than I do. I watch him sometimes from the doorway, moving with purpose, jaw set like mine. And for a moment, I believe maybe, just maybe, he'll have a better life than I did. But I don't say that out loud. That kind of hope feels fragile, like thin ice. Better to keep it close where the frost can't get it. The pain starts in your knees. That's where it always begins. You tell yourself it's the damp. Then your shoulders ache, your back froze, and your hands curl in on themselves like old roots. You're not even 40, but your body thinks you've lived twice as long. My name's Thomas, and I've worked the field since I was tall enough to hold a rake. Now, when I grip a tool, my knuckles crack like firewood. The ache isn't sharp, it's just there, like the cold or the smoke or the weight of the thatch on our roof. You get used to it, sort of. Illness is part of life, not the kind that knocks you down once in a while, the kind that settles in and stays. One winter, Ellen coughed so hard I thought she'd bring the rafters down. We boiled onion in ale and made her drink it by the spoonful. A local woman said to rub goose fat on her chest and hang garlic from the ceiling. We did both. She lived, so maybe it worked. Or maybe she just refused to die while the stew still needed seasoning. There's no doctor in the village. Closest thing is old Wren, who's either a healer or a witch, depending on who you ask, and whether the fever broke. She knows every herb in the woods. What makes your bowels move? What makes a wound close faster? What might kill a man slowly if he's been unkind to his wife? She says, fever few for headaches, hero for bleeding, nettle for strength. When it comes to illness, I have more faith in her than in the priest. The majority of cures entail boiling something that has a stronger odor than the disease. After that, you pray, drink it, and perspire through your clothes. They will bleed you if that doesn't work. Leeching occasionally occurs from a small cut on the arm. The goal is to use the blood to release the illness. In my opinion, it releases the strength more quickly. The church also has remedies. Relics, holy water, and enough prayers to fill a tiny chapel. The priest once claimed that our boy's rash was a punishment for my sins, instructed me to burn a candle each night until the child recovered. In 3 days, he recovered. A miracle, said the priest. I believe it was the tea made from willow bark. Ellen pushed his throat. We don't take many baths because it's dangerous, not because we enjoy being dirty. It is said to let sickness in by opening your pores. Thus, we use a moist cloth to wipe it off and pray that nobody approaches too closely. There are lice everywhere. And fleas. In an attempt to destroy the life behind the curls, Ellen uses a heated wooden blade to comb our daughter's hair. For the most part, it works. Wounds tend to fester. When I was repairing the shed roof, I once trod on a nail. The foot expanded like the bladder of a pig. Old Wren wrapped it in dock leaves and coated it with honey. Honey brings out the bad humorous, she said. Perhaps it does. After a while, the swelling decreased. I felt like I won because even though I hobbled for months, I managed to keep the foot. We lock the doors, burn herbs in the hearth, and fear when something worse happens. Real illness, the type that spreads like fire and stinks like death. According to some, sinner's breath is what causes pestilence. Others claim that it originates in the rat's stomach from the east. We never quarrel. All we do is strive to live. We lost 8 people in the village during one outbreak. Before the soil had even forded, they were buried. At any rate, that's the theory of the humors. Phlegm, black bile, yellow bile, and blood. Keep them in balance to maintain your health. You're doomed if you annoy them. I never got it. However, those who do claim that you will get boils if your bile is off. Nosebleeds occur when blood temperatures are too high. There is a reason for everything, but none of them will make you feel better. It is most painful to see children suffer. They have no idea why the world is painful. Once, our youngest, swollen with an unidentified substance, yelled for 2 days in a row. We received a charm from Wren that was constructed of Rowan and Fred. Ellen sobbed into the fabric as she tied it around his neck. We retained the charm even though he survived. Some remedies are prohibited by the church because they are deemed heathen. However, theology is not a concern when your daughter's lips become blue and she refuses to wake. The roots are boiled. You mumble the words. You invoke both ghosts and saints. The majority of us will pass away from something minor. A rotted cut, a persistent fever, an abscess develops from a toothache. I've saw a man scream until he fainted from a myrrh. They prayed and used pliers to pull it. He remained unconscious. Nobody discusses it. I occasionally ponder what life must be like in other places. Like us. Do the nobles get sick? Are there herbs there? Or do they simply let the poor perish before they close their thick doors? No aristocrat has ever sneezed at me. Perhaps their sense of humor is superior. Life continues in spite of everything. We stand up, cough, and limp. The sheep need to be injured, so we apply cloth to the blood and continue. Grain must be ground. Your illness doesn't halt the world until you do. My perception of suffering as a sort of background music is growing as I age. Never noticed till it stopped playing. In the frost, my legs freeze. I froze my wrists after cutting wood. Nobody refers to it as illness. It's simply living. Nobody discusses suffering much in our village. It's not regarded as courteous. Someone may think you're cursed or worse, mingering if you whine too loudly. As a result, we grumble, grunt, and moan about the weather. And we continue to dig trenches with hardly functional hands. It's worse for women. Ellen once recovered from a fever so bad that she thought she could see bees crawling beneath her skin. Nevertheless, she completed the bread baking, the yarn spinning, and the chicken feeding. Only when the final task was completed did she pass out. Hard winter sickness, Wren said. I refer to it as disease-dressed tiredness. Charms are believed in by certain villagers. Feathers tied with nettle stalks, carved pieces of wood dipped in salt water, and knots of thread dangled over doorways. Are they stupid? Perhaps. However, after the charms were raised, I witnessed folks being healed. And when the priest assured them they would be okay, I have witnessed folks pass away. Who's to say? When you're sick, even your dreams shift. In one of my dreams, I was barefoot and pain-free as I strolled through a balmy woodland. Simply strolling, that's all. The dream was that. It wasn't real, so I cried when I woke up. Why didn't Ellen inquire? All she did was hold my hand. We express thanks for what hasn't killed us on feast days. We even chuckle about it occasionally. Neither young May, who swears on sipping warm vinegar to treat headaches, nor old Harold, who lost a finger to rot and now makes crude gestures with his stump, are effective. However, the show is worth it for the grimace she makes. Death doesn't show up with a trumpet. A shadow behind the eyes, a persistently swollen finger, and a sluggish cough. You become aware of the symptoms. Before it knocks, you sense it. You continue to hope that you are mistaken because nobody wants to leave this difficult, lovely, and horrible life. Not even after all the suffering, weakness, and anxiety. Illness affects more than simply the body. It alters the house's rhythm. Higher fires are stoked. Meals are only partially prepared. Children do the chores. One time, as I had a lung illness that shook like pebbles in a jar, Ellen took care of the house by herself for 3 weeks. The house was the same when I was able to sit up again. Ellen, however, didn't. Her back was more hunched and her eyes were older. Death is quiet when it occurs. Just a coolness of the palms and a quiet in the chest, without any fanfare or abrupt shouts. Before the flies show up, we wash the body, say a prayer, and bury them. No lengthy period or embalming occurs. All you need is a shovel, enough tears to soak the first handful of dirt, and a quick stroll to the edge of the woods. The priest then passes by and bestows blessings. I nod, but I'm not clear what we're supposed to demonstrate when he says, "Suffering is a test." Perhaps we can continue, that we can wake up the following day, boil the herbs, relight the fire, and act as though nothing valuable and important is missing from the house. Perhaps that is the only aspect of it. Some mornings I hear the bell, low and sorrowful, carried by the wind like an old secret, before my hands have even regained their grasp and my back has even straightened up. The church bell is that. It instructs us on when to get up, when to sleep, when to confess our sins, and when to bury a neighbor. Thomas is still my name. I have been a parent, a husband, a brother, a son, and after too many winters, a mourner more times than I would like to remember. I've tilled fields, erected fences, reared kids, and most of all, I've tried to be good. Not smart, not significant, just good, enough to keep this small patch of muddy dirt I call existence free from shame, illness, or supernatural punishment. You don't think about religion in our village. It's something that is always thinking about you. The church is the only structure with enough stones to appear permanent and the biggest structure for miles. The rest burns, leaks, or rots. However, the church waits and watches like God's own ledger. We stream into that stone echo chamber every Sunday to hear Father Elrich's teachings, which are as hefty, splintered, and vitally needed as their firewood. He describes heaven as something we might acquire if we continue to cough through the cold without complaining too much, and sin as if it were the air we breathe. Mass is required. The Lord requires it. It is enforced by the priest, and if your seat is empty, Agnes, who gossips like 10 monks, will definitely report you. I spent the following week coughing into the communal chalice and publicly apologizing for missing one Sunday due to the fever. Our lives are governed by the church calendar. There are days when you can only think about your sins, holy days, saints' days, and fasting days. There are also feast days. However, the church won't be paying for the meat pie, so you'd best hope your Lord is kind. 10% of all we cultivate, raise, or make is tithed by us. Even if we are already in danger of starving, that translates to 1/10 of our grain, eggs, wool, and chicks. We refer to it as God's share. It's funny that the priest's granary always ends up with God's portion. Time and food are not the only things governed by religion. It determines how you get married, take a shower, sleep, and pass away. In that church, Ellen and I were blessed and warned when we got married. The priest said, "Obey your husband." She gave a nod, then gave my hand such a tight grip that I was afraid my knuckles would crack. Within the first few days of their birth, all children are baptized. The door of paradise must be opened for them before it is slammed shut by fate or fever, even if they are barely breathing. That's how we've lost 2. Buried them behind the chapel wall after wrapping them in linen. They were now safe, according to Father Elric. I didn't request evidence. Before they even know their numbers, our kids know their prayers. Their pronunciation of Latin is like a nursery rhyme. Even when we don't fully comprehend what we're saying, the words are important. Protection comes from repetition. Perhaps the Lord will allow the crops to grow this year if you say the correct thing and bow when the moment is right. The church tells us that hell is a realm of fire, darkness, and never-ending weeping, and that it is always waiting. Compared to paradise, which sounds beautiful but ambiguous, it is depicted with greater emotion. Angels singing and pearly gates. That's vivid, though. It features rules, ranks, and named demons. You have to question which location the clergy considers more. Every catastrophe has a saint. For toothaches, use Saint Apollonia. St. Anthony for animals that are missing, storms in St. Scholastica. Candles are not lit by us. We ask for favors. Tokens are worn by some. Others bury artifacts in their gardens or murmur prayers into tree trunks. In official terms, that is not acceptable. We're peasants, though. Wherever possible, we will seek protection. The voids left by the church are filled by superstition. A falling dream portends impending death. A curse is indicated by a barn owl in the rafters. Someone is lying in the room if there is no wind and the fire hisses. Iron is placed next to the cradle, horseshoes are hung over the door, and the name of a newly buried person is never mentioned after dark. Beneath her bed, old Wren hides cloth-wrapped bones. Claims to be from saints. They're from rats, according to Agnes. However, even Agnes sought a blessing from Wren after the harvests failed the previous year. Wren occasionally goes to see the sick when the priest is out of town. She speaks in a language no one professes to understand, burns herbs and mumbles over them. They improve half the time. How is not asked by the priest. Confession is a ritual in and of itself. You list your sins, pride, envy, and laziness while kneeling on a cold stone. You cursed at a cow once. Additionally, the priest informs you of the number of prayers required to regain God's favor. It feels like maths, but it's not. Big sin, extended kneeling, 5 Hail Marys, small sin, and possibly a reprimand. The secret is to never admit anything that could need public censure. In the square, they occasionally flog people. A boy who stole bread. A woman who swore during giving delivery. It's referred to as correction in the church. The others refer to it as spectacle. We keep an eye on things because failing to do so seems suspicious. Additionally, it's difficult to ignore a drama that isn't your own because the world is so bleak. The penalties are severe, but ambiguous. Fairness has nothing to do with the justice of the church. It's about setting an example. It has to do with fear. They seek compliance rather than comprehension. We don't inquire as to why. We simply bow our heads and steer clear of inquiries that lack certain answers. They even own holidays. Pentecost, Easter, and Christmas are days to relax, but never to celebrate guilt-free. We go to Mass quickly, and if the Lord permits, we might eat something more wholesome than gorel. We had venison once, I recall. It was a gift, according to the priest. 2 days ago, I witnessed the squire pulling the deer through the forest. Perhaps it was provided by the saints, or perhaps they were simply too busy searching elsewhere. Even if you don't believe everything that is said, there is solace in the ritual, honoring a lost child by lighting a candle, kneeling next to your spouse while she prays for a more abundant harvest, speaking something that has been bothering you since the cold took your neighbor while holding a quivering hand in the confessional. I have buried friends who held rosaries as they passed away. I've witnessed men cry out for forgiveness as they pass away. Heaven awaits the devout, according to the church. However, trust might feel like a coin tossed into the dark when the ground is hard and the stomach is empty. It might land somewhere nice, but it might not. Nevertheless, I offer my prayers each night for my kids, Ellen, the animals, and, just in case, Agnes. And I make an effort to be nice because, in a society when you have little, no title, no money, no voice, your kindness is all you have to choose from. That's sufficient at times. It must be sometimes. Every family has a miraculous story, or one that comes very near. One winter, according to my grandma, a virgin materialized in the frost on our window. According to my uncle, after having a fire-related dream, a saint preserved his leg from turning green. Are they accurate? Who knows? But you retell those stories because they are kind, not because they are true. When the snow is falling, the roof is creaking under the weight, and the fire has gone out. And that's an uncommon thing in this life. I will thus rise with the bell tomorrow, bend my head at Mass, and give thanks to the saints for enabling me to reach this point. It's what we do, not because it's simple. We persevere, we have faith, and we continue. One chilly morning at a time, one prayer, one superstition. It's odd to feel elderly in a body that has hardly aged for 40 years. However, that's the way it is. Give or take, I'm 40. Nobody is actually keeping track. And in November, I sulk like the barn door. Since I was able to stand up, I have worked in these industries, and my name is still Thomas. I feel like a lightning-stricken tree that hasn't fallen over most mornings, and I have more wounds than memories. When our backs start to sag and our teeth begin to fall out, they term us old. It's uncommon to even live to this age, not because we have some fancy title or pension. The majority don't. Before they can complain about sore joints or how life was better when bread didn't taste like old dirt, the majority are buried. So here I am, still breathing, still bending, and still one step away from being a warning to the younger boys. My hands shake when I hold the plow. They used to be strong enough to pull wheat bundles and wrangle obstinate pigs. My knees groan at every turn after years of kneeling in dirt, prayer, and sorrow. It's not because I want to, but I've started using a stick to walk. Because it's that or unkind, I'd rather hobble like a fool. I should have gotten some sleep by now, wouldn't I? However, there are still animals to feed, grain to grind, and wood to cut. Ellen advises me to relax, but nobody else will continue to fix the roof, and the fire doesn't start on its own. I pretend that I'm still as sharp as I was when I could run across the village without dragging anything, so I slow down, make my aches louder, and go more slowly. The truth is that living a life filled with worry, wind, and mud causes you to age quickly. Your face gets lines from the sun. Your bones get hollowed out by the cold, and hunger leaves its mark even if it doesn't kill you. It's the loss, not just the physical. I can't remember how many folks I've buried. I was hardly old enough to carry a shovel when my father passed away. When the chimney cracked and smoke flooded the room before we woke up, my sister and one of my boys had a tremendous temperature of 89, but we didn't cry aloud. It doesn't operate that way. We give a nod. We excavate. We bury them in the ground. Then, as though that would bring them back, we go home and scrub the hearth. Some get resentful, while others remain silent. I've done both. I mainly simply chat to the fire these days. After you outlive 2 generations in the hamlet, you become the old one. Even if you've said nothing worth repeating, they begin to ask what you think. You are asked to bless food, mediate disputes, and explain the strange appearance of the moon, as if you're wise because you survived. However, I am more knowledgeable. Luck is half the battle. Stubbornness makes up the other half. The concept of retirement does not exist. For us, that word doesn't exist. When you are no longer able to labor the fields, you use what's left of your knees to fix tools, frighten crows, or care for the hens. You tell stories and hope someone drops bread at your door if you're too weak for even that. If you're fortunate, your children will still be nearby and willing to take care of you. If not, when it's time to retire for good is determined by the winter. Meals also get smaller. The younger ones get the better cuts. They have tasks to complete. You rely on whatever is still growing in the back plot, soup made from bones and crusts. Now that I have fewer teeth, I chew slowly and deliberately, as if every bite were a bargain. There are moments when I can't remember the taste of food when I had all my mers. Not that there was ever much in the first place, nor is my hearing what it was. I act as though I missed the comedy or the offense half the time. To be honest, I didn't do the other half. The younger guys believe that I'm becoming softer. Permit them. Being undervalued has power, and it's peaceful to ignore Agnes's grievances the first time. There are times when I see myself in the water trough. A face I hardly recognize. Graying beard, sunken cheeks, and eyes that seem to have seen too much and remembered too little. My hair, which used to be thick and dark, is now wiry and thinning, more like hay than hair. I'm still attractive, says Ellen. She lies, I believe, out of habit or sympathy. In any case, I allowed her. According to the religion, as we get older, we become wiser. The soul is polished by that time. That might be the case. Or perhaps we simply develop more civil ways to complain. I do find myself thinking more, though, about patterns rather than regrets. How the rains now arrive sooner. When kids see you don't have answers, they stop asking questions. How you no longer find death surprising. It serves as a gentle reminder to keep your nice cloak repaired. I spend my evenings carving items out of scrap wood while sitting close to the fireplace. A rosary once included the faces of small animals. It keeps me quiet, explains Ellen. It keeps me sane, I say. Nowadays, not much has changed. I occasionally stroll to the village's edge and simply stand there admiring the trees. As a boy, I used to climb them. As I watch the wind blowing through their branches, I wonder if the oak by the stream or I will fall first. The guys say I've become quiet, sensitive, and reflective, and they think I'm weird. But when you've lived long enough, that's what occurs. You run out of sounds. You come to the realization that most disputes were pointless and that most of the people you argued with have since moved on. You pay greater attention to the little things. Frost's lace-like clinging to the window's edge, the soughing sound of Ellen, the scent of fresh straw on the floor at the end of the night. These nuances may not seem like much, but they are what keep you rooted when your bones ache and your days get hazy. You also begin to reflect on your past actions and inactions. You screamed too loudly at the child. You skipped the feast day in order to rest. You never fully forgive your neighbor. Little things endure long after more significant memories have faded. I consider myself fortunate to have reached this point, according to the boys in the hamlet. However, they are blind to the cost. The warning feeling that comes with every cough. How each winter might be the final one. When I grin, they assume I've come to terms with things, but most of the time I'm just exhausted. I continue to work independently. I make tools sharp. I instruct the younger ones on how to avoid using a sickle to cut off their thumbs. When no one else can handle it, I sit with the dying. The final one. That one is significant. Being close to someone when they pass has a certain effect. It's not overly dramatic or noisy. When no one is around, it's as silent as a candle going out. And I pray more, not for myself, but for Ellen, my kids, and the courage to get out of bed every day, even when I don't want to. Age alters one's faith. It becomes more about rhythm, like respiration, throughout the seasons, and less about reward. With a limp in my step and 1,000 memories in my bones, I continue to move slowly and silently. I'm not sure how much time I have left, but I know how to make the most of it. I'll keep the fire going. I will instruct the youth. While she's still in reach, I'll give Ellen a cheek kiss, because I remember and I persevere until I'm unable to, even in a world designed to forget men like me. Even so, the sun will rise and the pail will be carried by someone else. Possibly myself. Sow the field and, if only briefly, keep my name in mind. There isn't a parade or big finale. Nobody engraves your name on anything or reads it off a scroll. The world continues to rotate after a peasant dies. The bread continues to bake. The animals still require sustenance, but it matters, at least temporarily, to the few who knew your laugh, your limp, or the way you always swore at the rooster. I guess always knew the outcome. Slow, yet neither clean nor dramatic. Every winter, the fire becomes smaller until it eventually extinguishes itself. There are no last-minute miracles, no physicians, and no cozy hospitals. People try not to appear very anxious or relieved, and there is only a straw mattress and a bucket close by. At first, the indicators appear gradually. You eat less and wake up later. Like morning frost, the strength in your hands vanishes. Ellen now keeps a tight eye on me. She's always been quiet and attentive, but not out of fear. She is aware of my slippage. I also do. I have begun organizing things. I would prefer not to leave a mess, not because I believe death can be planned like a village council. The tools I kept sharp are buried, and I've shown our oldest where they are. Although I doubt it smells of anything now, I've informed him which wall leaks when it rains and where I used to keep the dried rosemary Ellen likes to use for soup. These days, there's a slowness and a weight. The margins of the globe seem darker, like a never-ending dusk. I'm not scared, though. I've really experienced frost, famine, and funerals. Death is now more like a neighbor who occasionally knocks to check on you than a stranger. This week, the priest has visited twice. Although he doesn't say it out, he now keeps his small book of rites hidden under one arm, ready to be opened. Last time. If I have any faults to confess, he inquired. I mentioned that I had a list, but the rooster event was most likely the worst. Ellen laughed, but not him. There are no elaborate funerals for us peasants. No carved angels, no choirs. You might get a box if you're lucky. Usually it's merely a shallow grave somewhere close to the chapel wall, a woolen shawl, and a brief prayer. The blessing is what matters. You run the risk of going to purgatory or worse without it. Too many people I've witnessed are buried without rites. A fever moves too quickly. They are laid to rest with only rushed hands and murmured hopes, while the priest is away in another parish. I hope that won't be me. In addition to paying my tithes, honoring the saints, and trying to live a pure life, I have also fasted on days when there was food available. I recall the last time a man was taken before his time by a frost. Gerard, the old. He broke his leg after slipping on the path near the well and was never able to stand again. We placed him under the yew tree and wrapped him in his cloak, the nice one with the patches. Marguerite, his widow, set his walking stick beside him, claimed that he could require it in the afterlife. Here, burials are peaceful. There may be 1 or 2 tolls on the bell. If they can, neighbors get together, but work seldom stops. Cows refuse to milk themselves. Even after one soul stopped breathing, the village continues to function. Nevertheless, the simplicity has a certain elegance. Just familiar hands, familiar dirt, and a crucifix fashioned from 2 crooked branches. No procession, no great eulogy. Instead of using stones to mark our deceased, we use storytelling, his laughter. He always fixed the roof of the church before anyone asked him to. On a dare, he once ate a whole onion. That is how we survive. In recollection, not in marble. When the time comes, I want Ellen to sing for me. No fanfare, just a peaceful hymn. Her voice is as gentle as a woolen lullaby. Instead of the priest's wheezing Latin, I would rather go out and listen to it. Additionally, the way the kids treat me has changed. Alice, my youngest granddaughter, inquired as to whether I would become a ghost. Only if she continued to steal turnips from the cellar would I tell her. Despite her laughter, I could see the concern in her eyes. They are all aware that our village has a custom that has been handed down from mother to daughter. You open the windows when death arrives. It is believed to release the soul and lift it into the sky, even during the winter. Even though I'm not sure if I believe it, I've given instructions in case it happens. Then there is the legacy issue. An odd term for a man with nothing. No wealth, no land, no title. Perhaps, however, legacy isn't gold. Perhaps it's the fence I assisted in repairing. I muttered the prayer next to a sick bed, the way my oldest son now, without being prompted, kneels before dinner. According to Catholic doctrine, those who live moral lives will get rewards after they pass away. A place free from frostbitten toes, hunger, and agony. I hope so. However, when the fox got in last winter, I've also learnt not to get ahead of myself. I do wonder, though, what they will say after I'm gone. That I put in a lot of effort. That Ellen was dear to me. That I always made sure to fix the thatch before it started to rain. That might be sufficient. If the earth isn't frozen, Ellen says she'll bury me close to the elder tree. That location appeals to me. It's silent, the roots scent of old wood and honey in the spring. And I guess I'll leave with a slight smirk if she puts the carving I made, the one with the small rooster on it. I will thus face the end, which I believe is near now, with a mixture of hope, a muttered curse, and quiet resignation, just as I have faced every storm, famine, and failing harvest. For remembrance, not for paradise, for a life lived, at least fully, if not easily. The biggest burden is not the fear of dying, it's the fear of being forgotten, that everything you've endured and created could disappear like smoke up a chimney. But knowing that I shaped this location gives me comfort. I've left my mark in every nook and cranny of the forest and every rut on the ground. Quietly, the village remembers, a kid reciting a phrase you used to murmur. Because you planted seeds there half a lifetime ago, there is still a patch of herbs growing beside the path. Thomas made the fence post crooked, but no one ever bothered to fix it. Additionally, the warmth will continue to reach the same corners when Ellen lights the hearth long after I've left. Perhaps that is all we can ask for, to have made a tiny difference and contributed to something that continues to exist after we do. I close my eyes, hearing nothing but the crackle of fire, peat's scent, and the peaceful rhythm of life as it always has. And one day, perhaps, just possibly, someone will sit by the elder tree and enjoy the slight warmth of the breeze. There isn't enough to name or explain, but it's enough to know that someone lived here, loved here, and died quietly, remembered in the village's very marrow rather than in marble.